Happy Friday, folks, as we head into another fantastic evening of Counter-Strike Global Offensive here for the NACE Starleague. It is getting close to those playoff times that we are so anticipating. Myself, Vincent, alongside with Cole or Exeter. Cole, how are you doing?
Fantastic. Like you said, man, we're getting very close to playoffs, so that is incredibly exciting. That's what everyone's looking forward to here. And that's what these last matches are going to have a lot on the line, and potentially, playoff implications as we head closer and closer to that mark.
100%. And, the two teams, or two games rather, that we're going to be taking a look at this evening, at least one of them have some very large playoff implications for both teams involved. And then the second game, playoff implications for at least one of those two teams. But let's take a look. Who will we be watching this evening? We're headed in towards the Midwest area, where we're going to have UT Austin once again going up against Texas A&M. And then later on, Arizona going against UC Berkeley. So I think two really interesting matches, two fun matches as well, especially this first game that we're going to get into talking about shortly. But I mean, talking about playoffs, talking about those implications, I mean, this is very much the do or die moment where you're playing for those playoff hopes. You don't want to be caught out in the open as not one of the top 2 or 3 teams in your division. And UT Austin and Texas A&M in particular are really, really close on that mark.
Yeah, I mean, come April, that's your kind of chance to try and make it into playoffs. So these matches here and now need to be in the win column if you want to try and make it, like you said, to that playoff, top position to try and make it through. And UT Austin, they are kind of in firm standing to try and make it there. If we talk a little bit more about this initial matchup, right, because they are the team that's leading their division right now. And after that last matchup, we were wondering, I believe it was last Friday that we've last got to these guys, and we were like, oh, these guys are taking on the other giants in their division, and the Oklahoma Crimson, and they made quick work of them and made it look easy. So it's very promising heading into this week's matchup, taking on another Titan in the Central Division.
Yeah, I mean, Oklahoma at the time were 5-1 when they went into that game, took a fat L to UT Austin, and well, I mean, UT Austin looking to continue that now, still undefeated and against this Texas A&M team that is, again, 5-1. Same record as we saw from Oklahoma. Though, talking about the individuals, right? I mean, I think the ones you have to talk about the most from UT Austin, we've kind of set that in stone. But Puster, Mega, Virus, I think those are my initial thoughts. But on the other side, Texas A&M, they have some pretty darn good squad here on paper at the very least. I mean, I think Kraken S is the one that I kind of go to immediately. Any other individual players that you kind of look at on this team?
Yeah, I mean, I remember from a couple of seasons that Randy's been a long-standing and very solid member, a pretty consistent face onto this roster. So you definitely rely on him, and it does show some promise. 5-1 record, not too bad. Their one loss being to, I believe it was the likes of.
It was
check here. It was Mississippi. They're listed as CS:GO A, like we were talking about on the website. But nonetheless, another one of those teams that's standing flawless in the Central Division. So the fact that they're only lost to one of the top teams, it's not too worrying. I mean, I think they'll still be able to put up a decent fight up against this UT Austin roster that, despite showing some very good signs, is looking to maybe do some damage. And I do think they're hungry to try and close out this season flawlessly.
I think they will. I mean, and I think that at least on paper, UT Austin is the team that has the biggest opportunity here, and would most likely be at least my favorite to win. But that being said, that might really depend on where we go regarding the map pool and the pick ban, which we should take a look at here as quickly as we can, because I think that's going to determine, at least marginally, what that advantage looks like. Overpass and Nuke gone, so Ancient still in the pool early as we go Inferno for the side of UT Austin, and Texas A&M go for Vertigo.
All right. Do you see a couple of interesting pickups here? Texas A&M going for that immediate Vertigo doesn't come as too much of a surprise. The Inferno is what they looked very strong on versus the Crimson, although they did look strong throughout that entire series. It was a pretty swift 2-0, and then we close things out on a decider of Mirage, which I'm pretty excited about. I do like that as a ending map here, as both teams showing some comfortability in that overall. So I mean, overall, I think that both teams getting some strong suits into these vetoes for sure.
Yeah, Vertigo very much a strong map here for Texas A&M. If I'm not mistaken, it was Squirt or what was Samantha in game with the AWP really was able to shine on Vertigo last time we saw them against Still Miss. So I do think that that could be a really big factor. And of course, Inferno CT side, that is an op heavy area as well. But and there's a big but there. The individual skill level of UT Austin is incredibly high, and I'd argue higher than Ole Miss. So it definitely does bode well for the likes of this UT Austin squad.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of that, you have individuals, but it's really a full team effort that is very, very, high on this UT Austin. They have a pretty high floor, and so I think that's what helps them out more so than anything. The fact that all 5 of those players can really step up to the plate. There's, the heavy hitters. I think Huster and Mega are 2 of those players that can definitely deliver a lot of success for UT Austin, for sure, in terms of the skill level. But overall, they should be able to handily outduel some of their opponents. I do need to see, how is Randy going to show up into the server? How is Kraken S? Those are the 2 names that you kind of brought up as well. Are they going to be the ones to try and lift off a Texas A&M victory? But in general, I just think, like you said, the firepower is going to be very in favor of UT Austin, and that's never an easy task to try and overcome.
Yeah, whenever you're kind of up against the wall, so to speak, with regard to an individual skill level, it's always going to be an uphill battle, and I think that's how I would describe this game for the likes of Texas A&M. It is an uphill battle. It's not like they're walking into this as the favorites, as well. Honestly, they have been for the majority of the season. They have been favorites. They have been the team that really has been putting the hurt on towards their opposition in almost every case. Like we said, just that one exception. So, and I really love how you brought up it's a bit of a team effort. I mean, pretty much this entire team has experience within Maine, and so. Not on top of that, I mean, Puster, Virus, and I think Mega as well. Maybe not Mega, play together on the same team. So it's like adding that on. It's definitely really impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, no doubt. And I mean, they've spent quite a lot of time together as a roster, whether it be in league or just in previous seasons of NACE. They have a lot of experience together, so
Yeah.
it's definitely not like that at all. I mean, you do have. I think you're right. Mega isn't playing this season of league, but on top of that, he has played previous seasons with the roster,
Right.
and so I think that they have that comfort and then they have that unity, and so it's kind of that deadly combo. And this is also why we're seeing UT Austin kind of rise up in the collegiate coach poll rankings. I believe this week they were at number 3. I'm gonna have to double check that and make sure that's right. But
Don't get
definitely
me
top
started.
5.
Don't get me started on those rankings. Okay, those
Oh.
rankings have some interesting takes. We'll just say I love that we do them. Don't get me wrong. But I was looking at it and I was thinking, I was almost tweeted. I was like, I'm not gonna start drama. I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna. I'm gonna choose to be reasonable tonight. But
Okay.
though Texas A&M, just talking about kind of where they were in the last season of NACE, they were just one series away from making playoffs. It was actually the Arizona team that we're going to be casting right after this, if I'm not mistaken, that beat them out in the conference play-ins. They lost out 2-0 to that Arizona team. So it definitely was close for Texas A&M. They want to prove that they can make it this time out, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. There's no easy pathway to trying to make it past this team right now. I mean, again, you have this team that you have to take on to try and make it into playoffs. And if this one goes wrong, then you have to make sure that you're taking on Mississippi next week or whenever they do end up facing off, because otherwise your chances and not only that, you also have to worry about the potential of dropping to in the conference play-ins, where you're trying to rematch these teams even if you make it past that mark. So it's just extremely difficult here for Texas A&M to try and solidify themselves. But again, it has to start now, and so we'll see if that's a possibility.
Yeah, and I mean, these divisions I feel like are getting tougher and tougher as the years go on, which is, I mean, it's great to have that available and to see how these how Counter-Strike as in the collegiate space has been improving exponentially. That said, it also makes it a lot harder for teams like UT Austin that I would have argued maybe like, you know, a couple years ago were pretty much like D team to beat. You know, especially within this Midwest area. Now there's a lot of teams here to compete with, and whilst I do think UT Austin is still one of the stronger ones, I mean, when we were thinking about playoffs last semester, they weren't really big in that conversation. I can't remember if it was ISU who was in that division or if it was somebody else, but they did catch some tough breaks. So it's definitely the case that you can lose to anyone, and there's no such thing as a simple game at the top of these divisions.
No, not at all. That's kind of what, you know, it's been lining up to be as well. Like you said, just over the past couple seasons, I feel like we've seen so many more contenders. You have so many teams rising out of the woodworks and really trying to solidify themselves. I mean, UT Austin has been there as a solid team for quite some time, you know, making some deep runs. But overall, it's definitely challenging to maintain that high level. And so, hopping into game here, we are kicking things off on Inferno. UT Austin starting out on the T side, so we'll see how they can get that ball moving here early. I know this is a pretty solid map for Kraken S overall. I feel like Inferno is a map I've casted them on so many times, so we'll see if you can keep up that high level.
That must be true, because I was feeling the exact same way, to be honest with you. So, yeah, UT Austin, this is probably needs to be a pretty strong start. I mean, T side is always a little rough sometimes for the likes of Inferno if you can't get started early. But this is interesting. Look at this. It's just a straight up B fake. They've definitely sold it. I mean, there was already 3 players there, but now those 3 players certainly not going to be moving until there is a full commitment, and that's going to be here at A. And what a nice start there by Squirt to take that first shot.
Oh, but there's no support right there. On site, NACE goes down in the overwhelm. I think that they wanted to commit to that double pit setup, but in transition, they got caught off guard because of that B-side fake. They vacated that double pit setup. Now they're trying for the retake on the A-bomb site. We know how hard those can be here as they move all 3 up Moto.
And even with a relatively even 3v4, it's difficult. And a dink already in through, and there's the frag. Point clicking heads, and Puster's involved with the 3 kills necessary to put UT Austin into the win column.
That's such a cleanly executed round right there, right? I mean, you throw the B smokes right there. You follow it up with a flashbang. You get that player out of pit, that secondary and mini pit, and right there, that's when things come knocking quickly towards A. Very well done, UT Austin. Throwing a little bit of a fake in the pistol. You'd love to see that. It's a good start for them. And now a force bite in response here from Texas A&M to try and keep things in close contention. This count in the hands of Squirt. Looking to peek down middle.
I know I'm a bit of a broken record here, Cole, but these CT side force buys are so terrifying for me on Inferno especially. If you're caught out by these, it takes so long to get back into the game, it feels like. But that's a nice start, right? Bringing down the pressure, and UT Austin have a sight wide open.
Ooh, scout tag as he spots him on top. The first orange is there, but I think this could be a very easy save call right now. You don't have really a lot to here, and they're going to get mowed down, and that's exactly what's happening. They're sticking around here. It's an extra $600, but it's worth it to keep that MP9. And now Squirt hanging around for a little too long. That's a lovely clothesline, but that's all that's gathered here is Randy. He's made the right call, right? This is the only option. You just got to save onto it, and so, yeah, he's so far removed from the rest of his teammates.
He's probably the guy asking the rest of his teammates right now, so why aren't you here? What happened? Why weren't you guys saving with me? I thought it was a save. Oh, man.
Well, you know, I couldn't get out. I'm stuck in CT.
Ah, that's like... right. Yes. The classic stuck in CT comm. We all are familiar. Boy, just making sure that the armor plating there on the tank is scorched enough. You know, it's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Little decoration. Gotta at least make it look like it works. Right?
True story. Yeah. And Texas A&M here is, I mean, a couple of upgrades on the pistols. I mean, Randy, of course, keeping his. And I say a couple, 1 or 2. CZ there for NACE, and Squirt's got one Deagle as well, but not a whole lot to work with here.
Good easy CT smoke here. I feel like they've just taken banana control free of charge so many rounds that their game plan is going to be set in stone at the moment. They find both entries with ease because they're just able to execute so easily. And now, Randy, this is the time that you can really try and stick around here. You're stuck in CT as well, but maybe that's the thing here. Maybe they're stuck in B, but no, not quite. I was able to end the madness, and that was very clean right there on the anti-eco, despite a couple of HP bars.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff. I mean, UT Austin keeping about as many guns as you would ever want to. I mean, only losing one player. And now we get down to the business. I talked about the AWP. Talked about Squirt on the AWP and how it could be a crucial factor of getting Texas A&M into this game. We'll have to see if that's the case here as the hop comes out for Squirt.
They need to have your CT up or... How? Okay.
It's not his fault.
Not even gonna... Yep. Yep. I'm glad we're in agreement there. That's one you can just chalk up to misfortune, and that's about it here.
Whoa!
What? Oh my god! You gotta be joking right there. That was such a sick shot, and they find the follow-up right afterwards. Now finally a trade delivered, maybe a double. Stick around with that pivot closed in from apartments. That's A side completely taken care of.
Call the save. Get it rolling. Stick over there at B, because there ain't no retake here, Cole. It's going to be UT Austin with another round. That's a brutal way to lose the round. I mean, boy, got to give the credit, right? That was just a nasty, nasty shot with the Deagle. And it's such a style point add-on, too, by taking out the Deagle when you have the AK. Like,
no, he had a MAC-10.
Oh, did he? Okay, he has an AK now. That's what I thought he did. But these are some good kills, Laren, and cracking that both getting some exits. I think well worth it for UT Austin to actually hunt, but it was best case scenario for Texas A&M as they win the gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good way to close out a round, even though you lose it, right? You do a lot of economic damage towards the tail, and you end up actually dropping the AWP. That's my only concern, right? You can surely go for a save there, or rather a hunt, I should say, in that sort of scenario. But the fact that you do give over that op back into the hands of Texas A&M is my big concern, and that might be a concern for UT Austin here very soon, depending on where it's utilized.
That's a fair point. Yeah, definitely. If you're gonna pick up that op, don't go be a delivery boy for them.
Right. Getting free of charge though for this banana control. I mean, they get that early utility down, but then they quickly vacate, just throwing a couple of HGs and pretty much giving it up, and it's kind of become a concern. The B execution power that they have going is very strong. Maybe some retake utility.
Yeah, I don't particularly love that molly if you're not going to do anything with it. I mean, it's a great molly in general if you think that they're, to deny a push, if you think they're about to execute, but I just don't feel like that was the intention there. It was just to maybe apply some pressure, and, well, maybe I'm wrong, but that pressure seems a little bit ad-lib, but nonetheless, about a minute on the clock here as we see the setup for the eventual B execution, and you're calling this incredibly accurately. I mean, it has been just the B show, pretty much, when it comes down to that banana control. And you can see how easy it is to execute off the back of it.
Interesting blue box volley they're just thrown in. Actually, I think that's burning the player on top of the boost. And it did. It burned down the boosted player. But Krakeness is able to find 2 kills. But that's it. That's where the line ends right there. And they read it like a book. I've never seen that molly before. Usually, that's exactly why you boost the player up, because it doesn't...
Yeah,
mollied off.
Exactly. That's a fantastic adjustment. I have not seen that either. UT Austin pulling out the nerd mates. Oh, Mega, that's a nice find. In towards NACE. Has to find another one, and on the retreat now. Good for it. Tags up Randy, who's now 1v2. Knows where this player is. Has a smoke. Has to play for the timing, but no timing to work for. Mega with a humongous quad kill and recovery of the AWP.
Oh my god. That was just perfectly right onto it. And I mean, I think partially that could have been, seeing the nade trajectory. I don't know if any sound cues were made. Nonetheless, make sure you write that one down. The Nard out here nades are working out for UT Austin.
MU, they have to go back to the drawing board. It's going to be a couple of pistols, nade stack-ish, I guess. Whether those nades go out nearing the same time. Texas A&M, but Mega thought he was about to shoot his teammate there. I'm going to be honest. Looked like he was going for the flick. Where was this last round? That flash from Kraken that's in towards Flar, and it feels like that was missing. You add that to that molly that they threw, then we're tripping gas. But double setup there is good for a frag for NACE, so at least something being done with these pistols.
Yeah, AK retrievable as well. Get another trade there. NACE is doing a lot of damage. It's up to Kraken S to defend this bomb. Can't get cleared here. Hard cleared. Boy just pre-firing every angle imaginable. And is going to clear that for free. I mean, that is so sick. And immediately you see the rest of the gang try and hunt things down.
It's pre-firing angles that don't exist, Cole.
What is that? What is that? Mo?
Steel.
Steel. Right.
Yeah.
That's a good old classic.
Yeah. Listen, folks. You're learning the Counter-Strike lore here. Mm-hmm. We're imparting knowledge.
Oh, good old Stu, man.
True story. Yeah. Old school Stu, in fact. Before he was a
None
big
of this
name.
EG Stu.
Yeah. That's right. NACE is going to save this AK, looks like, very nicely indeed. And on top of that, 7,400 in the bank, so could buy an op, and drop it over too. Well, that would be a very, very nice thing to do, but just buying a rifle, it looks like, for whoever.
Also, Dante corrected us in chat. It's Brax. Swag.
Oh, was it?
Yes,
Was
yes.
it?
I was with you,
Oh,
and then
right.
I got refreshed. It's been long enough.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the super, I can't remember the YouTuber's name. Super, I don't know how to say it.
Super Stidham.
Super Stidham, that's it.
Yeah,
He was the one that does all the videos, so I just confuse them all together.
It's
Nonetheless,
hard. I'm gonna use the excuse of I follow too many esports.
that's fair. I don't have it, unfortunately.
Sorry, left you out in the cold on that one, but
Oh man. So starting to heat up on the course though. Some utility. Oh, Randy though, from the top is going to be. That'll take him down. And now the smokes and utilities lining on in, but it seems a little bit too late because they're still in such a disadvantaged situation. Telegraphing Huster on the opposite side of the map is going to find a blinding headshot. Looking for more.
seems that he just found the timing. He realized it was two players sort of out in the open. Wanted to take advantage, and he does. Some nasty work there from Puster. Now, granted, Randy could really bring this back to 3v3, and he might find this player sitting in Mexico.
Oh my god! Give me one more. Oh gosh!
I would run away too, Squirt. Don't worry.
Yeah, get the heck out of Dodge. You gotta be kidding me. We talked about the firepower that this team could bring in. What on earth is this? This is more than firepower. This is absurdity. Uh-oh.
Boy.
Oh, no,
boy.
man. No.
It's hard to hit that shot.
It is.
You don't want to miss, so you hold off, and then you're just too close, and it's over.
Yeah, no, that's some fancy footwork right there to get the 4K. Gosh.
I mean, talk about a highlight reel round for Puster.
This is just a highlight reel game for UT Austin, I feel like. They are just, I mean, every way possible. They're hitting the perfect executes. They're hitting the craziest shots. It feels like nothing can go wrong for them.
Yeah, and even from a mental standpoint, they're hitting the right reads, you know?
Yeah. Ooh,
Oh,
there you go.
okay.
Randy's like, I've had enough.
Get me back in this game. I want to find something, and he has. Ooh, okay, Squirt doing some work as well. And a recovered AK. So, now with that, plus the rifle they already had and the scout, could work. I have never seen a gun go up there before.
Fuster was about to toss it back up there. He's like, you know what? It's hidden enough. No one's finding this.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, they're gonna move back in towards this bomb site. It seems like. I can't tell. It looks like there's a nice stack of 3 players here, so it's gonna be right in upon. Still though, it's the AKs that are turning the corner, so it's not gonna be an easy hold here.
See that? Winner's in a great spot. Pretty much guaranteed one there in that position, usually. They don't have a smoke? Where's the smoke?
Need a CT smoke if you want to head in towards B, that's for sure, and none of that. Give it over to,
Wait, I know where the smoke is. It was for a wasted porch fake.
well, you see? Use that one for CT.
Yep. Bit of a mistake there from UT Austin. In fairness, though, it's hard to think about that, you know, proactively.
Yeah. Plus, they're in a good spot here. I mean, all they have to do is limit that success. You know, they'd hit some nice timing, some nice shots. You had that Apps aggression perfectly timed. I mean, a blinding headshot there coming through from Randy at the start of that round. So can they keep up that and replicate really that success? That's the question. Squirt though, a lot of aggression down banana, flashed off the angle. You get that deep B smoke, but what sort of control do you walk away? It's absolutely nothing with all that utility expended. That's 2 smokes out of their pocket, one for the Fury and then one for bottom banana, and pretty much instantly giving up that space right back to the T's.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that would have been fine if it hadn't been the fact that there was already somebody at logs and already somebody in that close left corner, you know, that. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. There was somebody there already. The T's had the control, and like you say, when you fall back, you give it up instantaneously. So, a bit of a questionable decision, and it's definitely left things light in the utility front, but that's true for both sides here. UT Austin ain't got most to work with either.
They definitely dropped over some more utility here because they still have a molly and a smoke to try and counteract this aggression here. 40 seconds left. They're ready to pull the pin on this execute. Starts now here. The pop flash is waiting on in. They might have to wait that molly out. There's no CT smoke here as well. It's just going to be one standing at the front of oranges and only good for one here.
Thankfully, that CT smoke came in a little bit on the lead side, and it does cover them off. Squirt, this is a very awkward angle, to be honest with you. He wants to spam, but he knows it could be very dangerous, and he's going to wait for the smoke to clear, and that clarity gives him the frag. Flashbang in over the top. Line players up here, and it's, oh, what a spray down! Ray and Virus actually team up for 2, and that is Virus confirming to get the triple kill.
I mean, Ray and Virus just played that one so well together. I mean, you even confused it as a one-person spray down. I almost did the same thing because it was so well coordinated. The peak was exactly on time to try and double down to swing things back into the favor of Texas A&M, or rather UT Austin, I should say. So, I mean, the coordination's just there.
Think about how many times you do that double swing and you both aim at the same person, and then,
Yeah.
you know, it's just a 1-for-1.
Oh, yeah.
But they end up going for different players, and they both get the kill. I mean, it's just really, really impressive.
Well done. UT Austin just, again, like I said, you know, giving over that last round, or 2 rounds prior now. You know, making some small mistakes in the micro sense. It just doesn't get punished to the fullest extent here from Texas A&M if they can't string rounds off together.
Okay, boy.
Jeez.
Talk about an opener. Feels like the pace difference here is a little bit crazy. It's almost like watching, you know, 2 different levels of like a Rocket League team. They're just playing at different speeds, you know. One UT Austin just kind of pushing their W keys and overwhelming with individual skill, pace, and prosperity. And well, that's a nice shot. Squirt. So taking a ton of damage for the trouble. Definitely not what you want to see, but there is some util. All going over the top, but it's not going to deny Mega.
Not at all. Spotting out that last player's big as well, and he just swings once again. Like you said, just trying to assert dominance here, and it does feel like they are hitting every stride. And not only that, they're set up for those aggressive maneuvers as well. I mean, right there, Poi, obviously it was a nice shot on the NACE, there's no doubt about it. But then following it up with a flashbang on that big pit player so that he can find them in transition with the molly that he was thrown in. That's just really good stuff from UT Austin as a unit, and it's hard to blame Texas A&M for struggling to figure out a way to deal with this sort of unified aggression.
I mean, it's hard to argue that there's even a way to deal with it other than just hit better shots. I mean, I hate to say that, but
Yeah.
it really does feel like in at least some of these cases, that's the reality. Now, of course, there's a lot more to it than that. I'm aware. And Flaren hitting some nice shots, a little bit of deal spam working in the favor to dispatch with Boy. Gives it back to a 4-on-4 scenario. Scoreline's still 9-1, Cole. We can't forget that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a cheat out of Inferno too, which is something that we haven't noted yet, but I mean, usually we've seen some pretty lockdown CT sites on this map specifically with A-holds and oh my god,
What do you mean?
Virus taking him down, but that's not enough to take him down. You got to finish the job, and learn that the hard way.
What great readjustment, though, from Flaren to be able to actually get that kill. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I'm aim punched in Counter-Strike, I've just lost. Like, it's just...
It's just giving up hope.
Yeah, I mean, the readjustment was fantastic. Got to give credit where it's due, and, oh, even better there, Kraken S. Gonna be cracking a skull as he puts down one.
Oh. Great volley as well. And there's a possibility to claw this one back. In fact, it's looking likely. Puster, though.
Oh.
Well, of course, he's there to deny things in the 1v2. That would have closed things out, grab himself the op on his way out, but making things interesting, making things a bit expensive on the talent here. Now, will that even matter to the price tags? The economy is stacked up so high from UT Austin that might not come into fruition. I mean, at least the only way it does is if they start winning some rounds here and now.
I mean, even then, it's still a fantastic TF.
That's a good point, yeah.
I mean, yeah, Texas A&M can get back in the game at this point by trying to end here at 10-5 or whatever, but it's already, you know, UT Austin laughing all the way to the bank here with the round count.
Yeah, definitely the case at the moment. More just, you know, utter dominance shown him from UT Austin. They're looking really good right now in their division. It's exciting for that matchup that's going to take place for both of those flawless record teams.
Oh, yeah. A lot of posturing going on in this round. Lots of head games, you know, nades back and forth, back up, push forward, etc. That sort of thing. And that nade looked like it could have been better, but it didn't do any damage. Good trade. Harrison, through the smoke.
Just lined that one up far too perfectly right now. There's just a mid-re-aggression coming through from Randy. Inside of, oh, he's been hurt. Knifing the wall. Still finds a kill. That's all three players in the wall. Why not take B2 while you're at it? Kraken S. Oh, drops the bomb, though, in the meantime. Now it is Virus. Trying to stop the 4K, and he certainly will. Able to deny the clutch factor from Kraken S as he catches him with a molly out. And some body spam to rub it in.
11-1. I mean, I guess if you wanna look at positives, Cole, UT Austin picked Inferno.
Good point. Very true. Very true. We'll see if that comes into any sort of closing comfortability here for Texas A&M. But obviously, you know, this scoreline, you'd ideally be able to walk away with a couple more rounds towards the tail end here. Mid-aggression coming through. I mean, we've seen some nice clips with a scout. Oh, man, the headshots are just there every time it picks up that gun.
Squirt might be the operator, but Randy's the scouter. Virus, though, he's hitting them headshots left, right, and center. Larry with some aggression, and there we go. Okay, NACE, nice job.
Oh.
Trades going back left and right. Ray all alone here. Taking one out there. Leon going down. He was already low health, and Randy's going to reaggress. An interesting decision, all things considered. But Randy had already evacuated the area. Going to go for the smoke flash to get out and over. It is going to be a push, though, through Banana.
It's getting towards Coffin, so, and this is going to be a position where you can play off the bomb incredibly effective, considering it is kind of posted up, planted up for that CT spawn peak as well. So Randy's just been in for an extremely tricky prospect. It all comes down to a little bit of game of timing and likelihood that he knows there's a lacking of kit presence on Randy's body. is going to be there as well. Tapping that bomb. He'll pick up early. He misses his chance.
Yeah, and he was Randy being in a very tough spot right there. He can't scope, otherwise he gives away the sound cue. So he has to kind of go for the quick scope and the no scope, and on top of that, I mean he could be in 3 different angles essentially. So it was tough no matter how you slice it. Though I will say I think it might have been worth it if there was a gun down over in Banana to grab it. But what's done is done, and you can think about the what ifs all day long. It won't help you into the coming rounds. Texas A&M, you're gonna need some help.
No doubt. You see this push and pull from map control towards B, but again, it feels like they're getting pushed in more often than anything because you see all this utility dump go on in the early stages, but what do they really gain out of it? It's just going to be, a standard site setup here. Wow, that flash was so perfect. There's a trade, sure, but 1-for-1. Virus has certainly done a good job of keeping attention in this direction. Ray's making a lot of noise here in apartments as well.
Ooh, nice adjustment, though, by Squirt. Now giving the advantage over to TMU, which has been a rarity if we're being really honest about things, Cole. It's not been a consistent factor. It's going to be a slow swing there. Even checking that angle. Nice trades. Mega, take one out. Houston going down on the other side. 2v3. Look at the 1 health there as well. Not a deal. Mega trying to make the play with the 1 health. Now Poi has to 1v3. A tall task for anyone. And even now mollied out.
Oh, it missed.
No, it did miss. But they know. They're aware that it missed, and they re-molly it. They had 2 mollies, Cole. 2 mollies for a retake.
Oh, man. I bet you he thought he was just going to have such a good position. They think it's mollied. They think that he's not going to be there. But no, just the second follow-up that comes through. It's like, oh, you know what? Well played.
You got 2 mollies for Dubox. You know what? Fair.
In a 3v1 post plan as well. That's the most absurd thing.
Well, the utility bailing Texas A&M out in a must-win round. We head to the end of the half. Last round coming up, and a lot to play for. Every round counts if you're Texas A&M with this sort of scoreline.
They're making a fast movement in towards. Yeah, the Tech 9 is actually doing so much damage. I was about to say they could have bought him an AK there, but the Tech 9 worth its weight in gold. Apparently, here's Randy looking to claw things back, keep things in good standing, but he's being closed in upon Poi, able to find him, and he's on an absolute tear right now. 3 kills in the round, and they're locked out of the A bomb set at the moment.
Wonder if that Tech 9 was on purpose to try and convince the CTs that it was a full eco. Instead, they just run into, they swing, think it's an eco, and they swing into guns. That would be an interesting play. Squirt, though, coming in from the backside, does pick 1 before going down. A fantastic 13-2 half from UT Austin. And this is domination of the highest order.
Yeah, that's a very clean half there. Again, when we talk about the 2 rounds that we've seen Texas A&U win, it was really just, a couple of nice shots hit. Like you said, it was just, Randy finding openers with the scout. You did have a nice multi-kill on the AWP from Squirt, but other than that, was very limited success overall.
I'm going to have to turn it around, but on the T side, rarely the side you want to have a turnaround on, but if UT Austin did it, all's possible.
I have 1 player for it. This round start would be nice.
Boy, this man has an eagle in the first round, and I guess I see why.
Oh, my God.
Question the man, I see.
Quickly making it worth its weight in gold here once again with this side with the Tech, or rather, the Eagle. Now they're starting to move in. The dualies are out, and they're just tearing through the offense here. But still, there's answers to be had. Squirt continues to thrive here on the side as he's able to isolate all those different tools here. Poi now left in 1v2, trying to bait him out, but not quite. And Randy close things out. It's a full house between the duo that's left alive.
Squirt with those adjustments there were fantastic. I mean, that's how you use the Glock. That is what it's built for. Fast fire rate. Quickly taking off heads, close range. That's what you'll want to see. That said, Texas A&M, you said, you know, it would be nice to see a pistol round. They've got it. So now, what can they do from here? And not again. Oh boy. That one though, that was kind of the same situation though, I gotta say.
Counter-Strike, you're messing up both sides now. You see a nice start though. Squirt able to find a pick, but ooh, Ray hasn't taken his opportunity to pop a shot instead. He posts up in this corner and might take opportunities elsewhere. He does get cleared though. Randy's gonna find him and he gets nothing with the trigger discipline.
Yeah, in a round like this, I almost think you just take the shots you're given. But obviously impossible to say. What a nice shot by Poi. Oh, it's a follow-up as well. The Deagle man is deagling down. The swing comes back in. Kraken ass farming some cash. 3 dead in a round that probably should have been a little cleaner. Not ideal, but definitely workable.
Steagle's looking just wild right now, man. It is so crazy. The shots that they are nailing. See if he can keep it up here in a round like this where he lacks that armor. Sure. Could afford it, I think, potentially, but just trying to, I think, eventually get into those gun rounds as soon as possible here is the goal for UT Austin, because they know once those come out, their chances of closing out this game get a little bit higher. I say a little bit, quite a bit. Rifle rounds should look pretty good on the CT side for them.
Yeah, their gun rounds were incredibly strong in that first half as well. So, having those. Flash is not all that effective against Randy in the corner there. And he takes all 3 of the frags on the triple swing. So a good idea goes bad for the likes of UT Austin. Mega is left all alone. Would love to find a kill. He's going to do 1. Now tagged and shortly going to be going down. Does indeed Randy. Quad kill there.
Able to track it. Able to close things. Nicely done from, like I said, Texas A&M. But now, I mean, I'm wondering if they could give themselves a little bit of maybe a closer affair. And I'm not quite pull off the comeback. I'm not fully believing just yet. I'd like to see a couple of rifle rounds before that. But if you make things a little more close, this can allow for maybe some confidence to be built up heading into Vertigo. Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the long road. No doubt. But at the very least, they've packed up, they're in the car, and they're moving. So, step 1, you know, already being taken. That being said, this is that first gun round. And like you, I'm very much interested to see it. This banana control is fantastic early. And way to read the tracers, Poi. Good with the deagle, good with the rifle. Now good for being dead there. Mega Randy doing a bit of a tango, and unfortunately Mega is the one to lose out. It's a 4v4.
There's no longer 2. Tango just 1. And that is going to be a movement back up. It's going to encourage them to take that B control here where Poi is the only man standing with the smoke in hand. Shut down, but not in time for them to turn the corner. 1 kill in. He's going to stand behind the smoke. He can't find anything else. And now B's compromised at the moment.
Oh.
Puster keeps things in good standing. Can it keep things in favor of the CT side here as the numbers get punched in? They haven't fully committed to this. And now the alarm bells start to ring. I mean, they finally make the rotates, but the post plants are relatively strong, and another smoke for CT spawn. Gonna make things even more easy to try and pull this off.
Yeah. 2 smokes, 1 flash. Here we go. All 3 players coming from the same angle. Ray's going to keep it all the way back to flash them in. There we go. Nice crossfire being set up, but that's a good 1-for-1 now. Kraken S has to clutch, and he will! 2 frags quick in succession. And Kraken S keeps Texas A&M in winning ways.
Man, that was a sick play right there from Kraken S. Able to hit the taps onto that player deep CT and then transfer it into another kill. And that player close up, that is just so sick right there. And that's a nice start. I mean, I know that round wasn't, or was very close, and I don't think that's exactly what Texas A&M were hoping for, but you're still looking pretty good to, you know, win a clutch, build up some momentum in that direction, and well, the economy still looking good as well. Very solid round to pick up right there as a mid-aggression coming through from the pistols. That's risky maneuvers.
I think that was actually the booster scooter.
Right? Oh, but he does nail a tag.
There we go. Trying to put that to work. Virus thinks so. Well, maybe there's a tagged player. I can maybe find a frag, but unfortunately, he's been met with a headshot. We talked about Kraken S as one of those players well before the game started as you know, the go-to for Texas AMU and showing off why with that clutch as well. This is a much more pedestrian round as we find just 2 left alive for the Longhorns and very little to work with as well.
Yeah, just hunting for some exits here. This one's much more clean. This one's much more confident coming through, like you said. Limited answers. There you go. Always good for one with the deagle. That's kind of becoming a trend.
He might have died there, but still, it gives Mega the kill too with the CZ, and I mean, health as well on I don't know who. 'Cause I can't see their name, but
Claire.
there you go. Yeah, that's right.
So done. I mean, these are the sort of rounds that kind of convince you that it's possible with the comeback. Again, though, if this was maybe the other half, if the halves were reversed and we're talking about a CT side comeback, I believe a lot more. The fact that they're on T side, I think that eventually we're going to see them try and buckle down the hatches, maybe stop peeking down middle so often, you know, with limited utility. A couple small details that UT Austin, I imagine, are just going to fill gaps, and that's when they'll start to close.
I mean, there's a difference between playing with confidence and where you've been hitting everything, and then starting to, like you say, buckle down the hatches, get everything into position like you would play in a little bit more closer series, and that's eventually what we're going to see UT Austin do. Now, obviously, max credit to Texas A&M if they are able to continue to make the comeback after that happens. But for now, questions still being raised as we have a whole lot of mid control, but not very much on the banana control side, despite the fact that I will say that UT Austin have played this very, very lightly on that banana side. So there's not been a lot of aggression either to deal with.
And it could put Boy in a really rough situation here. He doesn't have a smoke. He only has a flash and HE. You can see that he's forced off, but now he does pick up a smoke that's been dropped on the ground to him. He's going to throw that down banana once he takes that first point of contact here, but they're moving quickly. They're ready for this execute off that banana control, and they might even catch him off guard here. That's certainly the case. Kraken S finds that kill, and now I think this is safe territory here. I mean, you've been locked out in a 5v5. Unless you can find a couple kills back quickly, you have all your teammates rotated on still towards A, so I think this is going to be a save.
I'm not really sure why we're seeing Fuster, I believe, go forward, but either way, you might be just looking for some exits, but at this point, exits are literally useless. I mean, he does find one, but either way, it's all over now for sure. And UT Austin, yeah, getting caught out, and I mean, I literally just got done saying it. Their lack of control for banana, I thought was really a problem, and it comes back to bite them heavily.
I think they're squads. How is he able to find that kill? Oh no. They thought those were clear. They thought those caps towards moto were patched up. Not the case. Thank you very much. Grab that frag and walk away with one less weapon. And like you said though, yeah, I mean that banana control is a massive gap. And you need to either have one of two things. You have to have that counter utility, which is probably a molly. But you also have to be consistently spotting out, making sure that what Kraken S just did doesn't happen. And there wasn't much of that either. I mean, he was able to walk so deep in towards the site without getting punished by any sort of jiggle or anything like that. So, back to its B. Early on, it seems. They're already past the nades, though. Oh, you got to turn the corner. Puster so dangerous. The Molly's down, but it's only an MP9 here in the...
How has he gotten away for so long? Eventually, though, to go down, and those mollies are nice. But it's a nice molly as well. Down to 1 HP there for Florin. Let's get away. And actually, I say nice molly. That molly does go a little bit closer than I think was anticipated. The 4v4 this time now being engaged as Puster finds that first frag. And I think they're going for it this time. UT Austin. That smoke. A little bit off. Gonna allow for Randy to find some success. Bomb's ticking away. They gotta hurry up. Pull the plug, pull the pin, and go. Virus. Only one to find a frag, and it's gonna be 2 for him, but 2 more to find, and it's not enough time. Virus. Yeah. As is Kraken S. But who cares? A win is a win.
And it's well worth it to drop that op as well. I mean, if you think about it, that could be one of those weapons that can turn the tide here. Now I'm starting to believe a whole lot more here that Texas A&M could pull off a comeback. I've swiftly changed my opinions because we're talking about a 4-round deficit, and they're winning every gun round without any sort of struggling or any sort of signs of struggle as well. I mean, they are leading these full rifle rounds up with ease.
I mean, you swiftly changed your opinion, but the situation swiftly changed. It definitely is a different look for Texas A&M than we have been seeing, and now UT Austin back to the eco. Oh, nice spam damage there by Kraken S. Isn't quite gonna find the frag in towards that MP9 player, but it's still a lot of damage, and well, that MP9 usually you're gonna want to have some HP behind it.
Thank you very much. Kraken S just walking straight through the smoke, catching Puster turned away. And back towards B, it seems like that's a consistent game plan here, trying to abuse part of the map. Abuse they certainly have here. Stanley breaks through the smoke there, getting all of the picks. Look at the feed. Nothing but T's finding success, and boy, usually a B player here, starting things off on A, is somehow the last man standing.
Thought that was interesting. I noticed that myself, but I mean, here we go again.
It's always good for one with the Deagle.
Yep, the Poy Deagle show continues, and I'll be honest, I'd buy tickets.
Me too. Yeah, he's just a menace. He's been hitting I don't know what sort of, one Deagle server he's been hitting. Deagle DMs. Is that even a thing?
I don't even know. I mean, you can play Deagle with the against the rifles for sure.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you don't. That's extra challenging yourself. Nice spot there from Squirt. I'm surprised how aware he is.
Yeah, it's hard to see up there. I mean, I don't know if you've ever swung that angle yourself, but I mean, even with the right settings, it's very, very difficult to spot the player even sitting in that position.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably why Poi didn't hit the Deagle shot, right? Usually he's always good for it. Couldn't see the head this case.
True.
Look at the distance. Now we're at 3 rounds. This is wild because this is a CT side of Inferno that they're pulling the comeback off. And not only that, we're seeing a UT Austin that was nailing every last shot. Wasn't missing a single, a single rifle aim, aim duel, nothing. And now all of a sudden, it has been just nasty openings, nasty executions coming through to deal with.
I don't feel like UT Austin's missing shots per se. It's just that they're getting caught out, and getting caught out pretty regularly. So another chance maybe to get that, but no. Double kill there for the CTs, and Virus chimes in for one more, make it a double for Virus, as 2 players do fall in towards the site. But A&M down bad as Kraken S now left alone.
A lot of utility damage done from Poi, but it's a headshot. Oh. This guy's on headshot. It's only non-stop. That's what it is right there. He nails that slim angle, even with that kind of nade smoke fading away from him.
Yeah.
He's still able to. I mean, he's got good vision. That's all there is to it. But nonetheless,
I mean, he's going for the pre-fires too. That's the other thing that's very impressive. The awareness just of where the head is going to be, and then shooting that preemptively is what makes those shots look so impressive.
Yeah, and I think potentially that pre-fire was to try and distract because his teammate was flanking as well. So
Mhm.
a lot of good stuff going on for that round, including Virus with a great defense offered up on that A-bomb site. He did a whole lot to deny that apartment's explosion. And they almost got caught off again, though, I will say. No, you're exactly right. They hit some nice shots, but they got caught off guard.
Yeah, it took those nice shots and took some heroics to find a round like that when they get caught off, and I think that's what UT Austin have been lacking a little bit on that, the heroics, that is, and well, you can't always be hitting those heroic type shots, and you just be a pro.
Right. Flashed off the line, though. Nice flash to keep that up at bay here. Mega's impact yet to be fully shown. Spot out there. Just able to avoid the headshot. Here's some nice banana control. This is something both you and I mentioned as a critical bit of map control that we were lacking to see from UT Austin, but finally they are investing in that.
Here we go. Here's Mega. He said he hadn't been felt. Now they're feeling it. Oh my goodness, Mega with a huge triple and collateral to add insult to injury. What is that?
That's one way to shut things down right now. Kraken S wondering what on earth just happened to his teammates. And Mega even lands a tag through the wall.
Oh.
That's just wild. What a round right there. I mean, that's something that you need. You need someone like that. This is why I wasn't fully a believer. I did start to believe, but, that can be the turning point right there. You just need one individual, one star to shine in a round for it to close things down in the fashion that UT Austin did. So, and this is potentially Texas A&M's last chance to try and keep things alive here on the map pick of UT Austin. Nonetheless, they clawed things back in a nice fashion.
Oh, what a great spam. Boy is on point, and he's got them all. Virus held out, sure, but Flaren is the last alive, and what could be the final round of this game. That said, Flaren hits a second kill before Puster puts it to bed. Like you said, a fantastic adjustment to come back in that game from the likes of Texas A&M, but it wasn't enough. UT Austin take that first map.
That was a really good resurgence. I will say you got to be a little bit proud that you're able to grab something. And Vertigo is going to be the map pick here later down the line for Texas A&M. You have to be feeling some confidence that you've obviously proven that even despite UT Austin looking like their firepower was unmatched and that they were nailing every last possible shot, you still had some good rounds. You still were able to catch them off guard, surprise them a little bit, and show that some of that execution factor, some of that coordination from Texas A&M, even the firepower was looking spot on. So a little bit of comfort despite the loss heading into map number 2.
Yeah, and it was those two players that we talked about, Randy and Kraken S. Kraken S, I mean, starting out that first T-gun round with that 1v2 clutch as well. I mean, very nice stuff. Randy was, I felt like, very consistent, especially able. I mean, to be fair, a lot of Randy's big rounds were on eco rounds, but you have to still win the round. You can't take anything away from getting eco rounds, or eco frags, I should say. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just he was in position, and he actually was able to take those kills when given the opportunity. So, fair play. So I was impressed with what Texas A&M were putting down, but I think that I need to see a little bit more from Squirt. I think that op needs to be a bigger part of the CT side, especially once we get to Vertigo.
Yeah, and it should be here. Should see some more comfort out of that opping coming through, because obviously Vertigo a very heavy op map. T side opping is never fun. CT opping can be still very tricky depending on where you're playing. Vertigo, it's pretty one dimensional. You can either peek down mid, you can peek down ramp, which is, I feel like, the most often case and most useful, or you can peek in towards the B side of things. And so there's plenty of options on that CT side. Same with T side. So ideally we would see some more success coming through from Squirt in the next map.
Yeah, we'll talk about that and more as we look to map 2. But first, we head to a short break. We'll be back with you in just a few. Alrighty. Well, we already looking just about ready for game number 2, but while we wait to get things ready to go officially, let me talk real quick about one of our amazing supporters in Corsair. They are a leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts alike. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone from casual gamers to committed professionals to perform at their very best. Pretty much any PC that I build, I've got some Corsair products right there inside, and that's true for the PC I'm working with right this moment. So definitely check out all the stuff that they have to offer over at Corsair. With that being said, Cole, we're on towards Vertigo It is going to be interesting. The question, of course, on all our minds: can Texas A&M win Map 2 to send us to a third, or is this going to be the UT Austin show?
I mean, everything that just was shown to me is that, if you could see a little more comfort on those CT sides for the likes of Texas A&M, then why not? Why wouldn't you be able to shut things down in a similar fashion? If you walk away with a decent little T side half in a similar fashion to what you're able to gather in Inferno heading into this map too, it should be a big confidence builder here, as we do see a pretty standard A play coming through from Texas A&M on the pistol. They kind of spotted that out, and on the other hand of things, a retake situation in the mix there. They line up their utility, the HEs, to deny the bomb plant.
Pull of that pen, and well, it is going to be the HEs going through, doing massive damage to Puster on the follow-up. The point's already down. Tap on the bomb. Mega with that first frag. Low health for a couple of these CTs, and Kraken's going to find one of those low health players before it can stop, and some nice timing is well deserved. Texas A&M take this round, and the T side start looking strong.
Nicely done right there. Able to pick up a lot of empty, starts right. This pistol round very quickly go wrong once those HEs roll on off and you drop that bomb on the middle of sight. Instead, they walk away with a kill. So nicely cleaned up right there for Texas A&M. Now, it's not the full investment here. Boy, actually not rocking the Deeg, which I find a little bit problematic, right? How good he's been looking, but nonetheless.
Well, they are saving more so than the, it isn't a full force buy, I guess is what my point is.
Yeah.
So, I guess that's the thought process there from Boy, and well, Boy, long range even against the MAC-10 with no armor is always going to be a problem. So, things get done. It's a slow but very much map-heavy start. As they say that, Ray connecting one frag. That's before a flurry of red goes across the kill feed, and it's, well, that red maybe the blood of these UT Austin players flowing as they all get demolished. So a couple of kills, very nice to see coming away, even despite the full investment there from the UT Austin.
Here's my question. You do invest a little bit in here. Puster only buying armor in this round, but do they go for another eco? And I think they have, gone for that third round, or rather fourth round, I should say, investment here, because buying into some scouts and armor, this actually is going to be a much more lethal up in this round, which could catch the likes of Texas A&M off guard. It certainly has caught NACE off guard as he's forced to run away, and Mega hunting him down. Finds that kill. On top of that, you have a player drop down ladder. Virus finds himself a frag. It's a 5v3 with 3 MAC-10s left.
Yeah, and those MAC-10s, I mean, they're going to be pretty effective against the lack of head armor on 3 of those 5 players, but 2 of them have the head armor to work with, and Boy and Mega have an AK. So, things might be looking good. 2 quick frags. The Deagle still deadly. Now 2 versus 2. MAC-10s, though, close range are good enough. And Squirt picking up a couple of kills there to add to Kraken's is 3. Things a full house between them as Texas A&M went out the anti-ecos.
Here's where the investment comes through. Surprised to see them not get the AWP here. That's my one concern. You go for the, triple or double save, right? But at the end of it, you don't walk away with at least a single op, which is kind of, I feel like it's the main goal of trying to go for those sort of investments. Nonetheless, though, we'll see if they're able to do damage with the rifles if they don't really have an op in their game plan. CT side.
I mean, it's not a problem not to be working with the op from the CT perspective, in my opinion. Though I think, you're somewhat, it's somewhat weird to have such a strong opper not to be working. But, in general, it's not a problem. It's just an odd decision.
Right. Especially with the sort of economic management at the start there. They could have really gotten themselves a decent bit of economy. Maybe over-investing, maybe just, first gun round, they don't really have much interest in it. Maybe more of a desperation play of sorts. Nonetheless, look to move in towards this bomb set here with a great bit of utility thrown in from him, but only good for 1. And Mega and Puster able to both follow it up here. Flashbangs coming through in support of this defense behind that site player. And that continues to keep them at bay here. They just can't find a way into this bomb site. Struggling to do so. But Kraken has been one to crack open things before and continues to do so. Oh, picking up right where he left off. That's Puser dropping the same way.
I think Puser would have learned a lesson there after this teammate died in the same position, but no. Mega thinking about going for the jump. Always a bit of a dangerous maneuver. Can be caught out in the open. Mega, though, does connect the frag on the pushback. Randy dispatching with Mega, but Virus taking the duel. And UT Austin, they were asked to basically give everything in that round, but they do pick it up. And so Texas A&M gonna have plenty of money to buy back in, though. That's the big problem for UT Austin. Their cash is low, whilst whilst Texas A&M have literally everything they want. I mean, it was 10K on Kraken. That's the start. And he's thrown over some guns as well to keep that economy as healthy as it can be.
Yeah, that's a pretty good position to be in right there. You're keeping your opponents on the back foot despite losing that round. So you got to be happy with the end result. Oh my god, that's wild right there. Oof. Oh, and another. Kraken has able to delete, fires through the smoke. 3v5 here, and could be just a flash in the pan around us. And mid-aggression works out perfectly for NACE and Puster, available for the trade, but 4v2, you think that the world is your oyster at the moment.
Yeah, things just not working out. A bit unlucky, if I'm being really honest, in some of these situations. From UT Austin, I mean, that kill through smoke especially. But all-out aggression on, like, 3 different parts of the map, too, from the CT side. I can understand, based on the fact that they were lacking in utility, why they would do that, but I would have maybe preferred, Cole, just to see, you know, a 3-man aggression somewhere specific, you know, rather than spread so thin and lose, you know, have the ability to lose each individual duel.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I feel like we just did see a one-by-one affair where they just tried to take some of the duels, you know, maybe, you know, getting caught through the smoke, a bit of misfortune, but grand scheme of things, you got to be prepped for that sort of play through mid and towards B as well. Nonetheless, they try to work through this side of things here. Kraken has to pop a couple shots off and deal with the Digos that are right around the corner. But they continue to peek in. They're trying to collapse all at the same time, and it does work for a kill for Ray. But only one so far is Squirt able to find elsewhere.
Ray taking the role of the Deagle Demon this time. So far. Been good for one each time, each round. Don't need those AKs anymore. Gonna make sure that they can't go into the hands of the CTs. The Virus is going to be going for that anyway. And, well, I think they just need to put up some police tape right around that little corner area next to generator, because there's so many dead bodies that need some investigating, and it's a deadly area. So just don't go there.
I mean, just jumping on top of that little, like, drywall or whatever it is,
Yeah.
it's just instant death.
It really is.
It just constantly spam it so often. Now, you have more weaponry being brought up, more firepower coming through from UT Austin. This is good.
Still no op, though.
This time I feel like they had money, right? At least to maybe lack some of that utility, but potentially still bring out some effective weaponry here. Mid is a massive gap. They do have some of that B and some of that A aggression more unified, but it does leave mid wide open for the taking, and NACE might soon realize this if he continues to press the W key.
Remember, this is the CT side, the favorite side right now, and that's nice. NACE finding that consistent success in towards middle. Meanwhile, there's a pick over at A, means that there's an advantage for Texas A&M. Bomb collected and push coming through to the E site.
Sorting towards site, make it a double, in fact, and oh, that's quickly burned down NACE. Dropping that bomb as well. I haven't pulled the pin on this rotate just yet for Poi, but they finally are starting to make a move pretty swiftly. There's still an HE as well to be thrown in. Poi is a little bit too late to the party. Molly gets caught out, flare and dropping. And now with 3v2, this is workable, especially with all the retake utility they have.
I was just about to say that. very large amount, but squirt's going to be crucial here. They're not going to check. Going to hit that first shot. Over the top, though, is Ray. He's traded. Now it's all on Trapoy versus Randy. And Randy isn't looking the right direction. No kit, yes, but I think that's good.
Yeah, he should
for the
have it.
defuse. So, very nice retake there in the 3-on-3.
Just really playing the trade game right there, but it's another round where they get a bomb plant and it turns into a 1v1, right? So that, despite being a relatively good sign for UT Austin that they're able to find some of these crucial clutch situations, is still worrying at the end of the day because of the fact that, you know, your money's never going to be strong. You're always going to be on the back foot. And on the opposing side, Texas A&M just keep on bringing these rifle rounds into play.
That they do. And, I mean, there's still plenty of cash, actually, in the bank for Texas A&M, even if they lose this round. I say plenty. I mean, it's not a whole ton, but it's definitely enough. Oh, NACE. That could have been a very destructive timing in towards UT Austin. Fortunately for UT Austin, NACE isn't quite there in time. I was terrified that was going to just somehow catch that molly and get insta-bloom, but it doesn't happen. Nice adjustment, though, from Poi. Was a big player in this last game, and got to be checking them corners if you're NACE right there. Mega gonna dispatch with him, but Poi falls meanwhile. But it's still a man advantage, and the HE grenade does some work.
So chip damage on the HE. But they're making a very loud noise about this A side attack now. Made no secrets about their positioning, their commitment in towards this A side. There's a player down the ladder as well, so you're gonna see a fast flank from Ray and a somewhat concession of that bomb site. A molly to buy further time here. That's gonna be great, as they are kind of waiting, hoping that that flank can do some damage here. Randy, getting that one out. The other one I just called in. Oh no, that's a T-side molly here. Instead of spam through the smoke here. Again, Ray's flank, gonna be everything. Finds the first. He's gonna try and pull the pin for some more here as the rest of his teammates close in. No one calling it forward, and that's a nice, clean round for UT Austin. That was so necessary.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. A much-needed round, a round that, I mean, if UT Austin were still playing the economic game where they were losing out heavily in every one round, it would have been very difficult to continue to string rounds together, and now they have. They've done a couple in a row, and this could easily get UT Austin right back in to the winning ways, but they're going to have to win one more if they want to reset the economy of Texas A&M, because it was so healthy before. And so many players surviving that, you know, Texas A&M had plenty to work with in the last few rounds. So, see, Claren, again, just barely off on the timing, much like Naz in the last round there at mid. Fortunately, just walks away with a little bit of a little bit of HE damage.
Not too bad. They still have to deal with this pretty hefty B-side setup, and well, that makes things even more tricky. Mega able to find that frag. Now he has to be aware of this mid-control that's mistaken here. He's going to walk into certain death. Thank you very much, NACE says. Re-aggression coming through. That's bomb, though. And all three players are in towards mid. They don't even realize. Now they're finally starting to, while they may have this B control, this mid control, they don't have bomb, and that's a big problem.
Brutal. I mean, it's when you win, you lose in that scenario, and Texas A&M feeling the brunt. A pretty good flash. But he's there to answer it, though. Bomb is going to be collected. But it's taking a long time, and you can see the rotates on the map. What's happened. It's surprising that we didn't actually see them push all the way forward on the UT Austin side to deny the push, but still, they're all bricked and ready for the retake before it can even really happen. So much utility molly as well. Two of them to deny the entry from the player in mid.
Smoke down as well. HE will be on the mark to do some damage. Molly gonna get extinguished there. They had that game plan. They tried to get another one down, but NACE is able to punch in the numbers. Now they have to defend this bomb plant here, and he's found the first. Poi's been slowly activating on the flank. It's good for one. Needs to find that one more inside the smoke. Instead, it's Puster to grab it. Nice awareness, though. We'll find a fourth.
I think Boy did some damage to that player as well. to be honest. Both Puster and Toy shooting at the same time, though, and Puster gets the frag, ultimately. But here, they've done it. They've made the move. Despite the plant, there's not enough cash to full buy for TAMU. They have to go for the eco, and it is going to be a half buy, pistol armor kind of scenario because of the cash flow that bomb allows, but still. A win is a win, and an eco is an eco. So Texas A&M down to pistols is good news for UT Austin. It's an opportunity to tie this game immediately.
Yeah, they're stringing things together nicely. And again, Mega just able to find an opening kill. Start things off on the right foot for UT Austin. Gonna move back in towards the A-bomb site, and there's a pretty easy and comfortable pathway here for the T's to move forward. Not real contention until you do see Ray move in towards side hall. That could be the one point of contact here.
Ray has an extra smoke as well, just thrown over to him. Here comes the push. Is Ray gonna be able to stay alive inside hall here? Oh, but Randy's giving himself away, but he still hits the shot. Eagle damage done. And Puster taking his sweet time to get that kill. Bomb planted though, and that's pretty much a win in the books for Texas A&M in a round like this one. We take utility being put out.
Away smoke as well. Nice pickup from Mega, who's trying to clean things up when it was looking so dicey. I think Kraken S might hope for a couple kills. He's actually dropped the bomb planter, the bomb defusal. He finds another kill in. He's inside the smoke, so he's buying even more time. Is there enough? Okay, there is a kit. Puster, it's going to be down to the wire here. He should have it. And yes, he does safely. But nonetheless, Kraken S doing a great job on his way out to find more kills and keep things so very close, make things so incredibly awkward.
Yeah, Puster thought that he was looking good. He had $8,000 before the buy. He's had to buy 2 teammates, and now it's down to 16 hundo. So, UT Austin definitely feeling the penny pinching from that round. Texas A&M come in with a buy of their own. Again, no ops. I mean, I just don't know that I understand, but I guess, at this point, they've come back. UT Austin by 5. I just mentioned, the penny pinching going on. So maybe that's the reason. It seems odd to me, though.
And at this point, it's a clear game plan. I feel like maybe just not choosing into it at the very moment. Girl spotted. Wow, that was vicious to say the least here, but Puster looking to fire down from above. At least he does equalize things, keep things in relatively good standing here, holding on to that majority of ramp control. That's again on his mid-lurk duties of which he has been so successful at one time.
Yeah, and remember NACE, I think one of those players that really struggled to have some impact over on Inferno, and now showing up big time on Vertigo. Part of the reason that this is a tied game right now. Oh, boy. Doubling down on Puster's kill over on A, and Mega has found NACE, who's been out-lurked. The out-lurk of the lurk, and it's 30 seconds to lurk. Randy in the 1v4.
That's the first here, and doubles down. Oh, bomb is so far out of his control. And that's going to be what changes the tides here. He's going to have to go and recover that, and I don't know if there's enough time here. Maybe he can go towards B. All this noise is going to be heard.
I feel like it's
this is
equal
only
time.
option. He has time to plant. The issue is he's going to have to claw through a couple of those CTs, right? They've already made their recovery in towards the bomb site here. Smoke for the plant.
Yeah. Safe to go for that as well, because Poi knows he has Mega in case that's like some sort of weird fake attempt to... I mean, that would be... What a decision that would be. Cool. Goes for the fake with 4 seconds left to get the 2 kills in the 4 seconds. That'll be great.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, he's deserved the victory, right? But
yeah. UT Austin with their first lead of this game.
Has to feel good. And again, kind of activating on that CT side a little bit late. Better late than never here. Wide swing coming through, and Virus again has been found out in the opening stages. There's a side hall player here ready to peek down, I believe, an Ivy, but his movement. Raymond able to find one in a double, but has let one slip the gap. There's one pushing in towards elevator here relatively quickly. Oh, Mega turns around just in time. He can't believe his luck right there. Squirt thought there was the timing of a life, but instead shut down by Mega, who gets incredibly aware.
Mega, to be fair, been incredibly aware for a whole lot of this game. That was a phenomenal read. Don't know how he had that anticipation, but love a little bit in my game, to be honest.
No doubt. Fantastic work done right there, and now NACE looking to recover things again. Bomb has dropped in an incredibly awful position here. There's space created at the moment.
That's weird. NACE been given so much to work with on this lurk position. Seems odd, especially considering that they knew that he was in this spot the whole time. But despite the questions, too, and there wasn't even time, but Booster does hit the shot anyway. UT Austin playing a bit of a dangerous game in some of these scenarios where they're up massively, but hey, they've been playing against the economy all CT side. Why not stop?
True. Yeah, I mean, just keep a little bit of extra pressure on your shoulders, right, to make sure you're closing down these rounds in the clutch. Maybe
right.
That's what the game plan is in store, but nonetheless, I mean, you're seeing a very locked down recovery for UT Austin, able to finally string things together. And they haven't really looked back too often. A couple of close attempts, a couple of nice tries, but all of that matters not. You can't close out rounds. Now movement faster towards A once again, and blindsided in so much space that Virus dropped early.
Virus has been being dropped very early, very often. I don't know how that works. That's Tech 9 for you. Mega in through the smoke, though, and they're looking to bring this back for UT Austin in the 3v3. That said, Tech 9's close range, not a duo that you really want to deal with. I guess spamming through the smoke is one way to contend. Last player live here. Over the top, though, Fuster has it. Again, relatively expensive, but win nonetheless. And I guess at this point, I need to stop saying that because with UT Austin in the lead, it doesn't matter that it's expensive. If they're going to keep winning rounds, then they're fine.
Yeah, I guess I'm with you, right? As long as you continue to extend your advantage, as long as you can continue to string things together, you know, the fact that the rounds are close won't matter too often at the end of the day. So you're taking the sort of scoreline every day of the week.
I mean, call it results-based casting, but hey, it is what it is. And look what's up. AWP in 2 of them.
There you go. That's a new one. Finally bringing that out here. Wonder what the encourage this. NACE again successful in his mid lurking. Something we haven't seen all that often as of recent once they've started to lose rounds here.
At least it's not Virus.
Good point. Wow. Unbelievable tag right there. Trips the alarm bells. He'll get out of dodge though with that smoke. So kind of no harm, no foul. You just would have really liked to find an equalizer. What is this point? Are you kidding me?
What do you mean?
There's no way he did that.
I have no words. No words, Cole.
I don't either. I cannot believe
that's a play. That's a play Simple makes, and you're like, oh, okay, it's simple, but it's not. It's Poi.
Maybe Poi is simple with the deke shots he's been nailing off. One's been let by. User's not going to realize so well. He does find that kill. Is that correct, Ness? Maybe he was aware, but not available for the frag.
Now he's got help, though. Form of Mega. 3v2. Oh, Virus. That's
Oh, what?
a bit lucky, if we're being honest, but it's still a frag. And now Randy versus 3. Tag into the smoke, but it's going to be the push. 9-5. How many rounds in a row has this been for UT Austin?
I think it's 8 now. I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. Yeah, it is 8.
Indeed.
So many of those being diffused. I mean, look at that. Absolutely wild right there. And I feel like the rounds that weren't diffuses were still relatively close. So, I mean, you'd have to imagine that UT Austin are winning just clutch after clutch. They're winning these situations in which maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they shouldn't win them in this sort of fashion, you know, so consistently.
Shout out first night of me, our observer. Appreciate all of that. Here we go. Virus. This time he gets one before getting traded out, and Ray and Buster have a shooting gallery, and they're putting these boys to bed. Back in S now the last alive, but Ray says no, and somehow, some way, it's a 10-5 half.
Oof, yeah, that was not what I expected at all. I was expecting a complete turnaround, you know. We're heading into the Vertigo. They start things off with a 5-1 spree and are really toppling me in a consistent fashion, but no, the UT Austin show that they're just as capable, they're just as prepared on this map. Now, it's not as clean as the T side they were able to put up in Inferno, but now they're onto the T side, and that was where they looked so much better. That was where they were having so much success on last map.
Onto the T side here for UT Austin, and interesting smoke, 2 flash, that's about it. Pushing up through side hole as well, and a very passive play right now. Nades come in, nice fake. I mean, what a great read that is.
Wise. Now they have a post plant 5v5, and they've even found a dink, or rather a goosh. So nice start coming through on the retake, though. They're pretty swift about things, making the flash things happen, making the movement towards side hall. And oh, that's a very quick headshot. On top of that, the bomb's being defused here. They're trying to play bodyguard, and they do get the defusal off just in time. The spam will come through, but it's already successful. Texas A&M walking away with this robbery. But still, you know, we talked about these rounds. It can be a hollow victory because the investments immediately answered back are going to be incredibly lethal.
I mean, yeah, when the first thing bought is an AK, followed by 2 Galils, now 3 Galils, it's hard to call it a win. 3 Galils and AK, 4 Galils and AK versus 4 MP9s and FAMAS. Which do you prefer?
Yeah. Challenge. Move past this one. A lot of utility getting thrown out here towards ramp side of things here. Make it even more from Flaren, who's trying to set his teammates up. Puster's already far forward here. Knowing that molly trajectory, likelihood that there's one right around that corner is there, and he's going to continue to press the issue. This is a lot of concession at the moment in a round where you just don't have much to work with.
Oh, there we go, Ray. Connecting a big shot in towards side hole, giving the advantage over to UT Austin. Conversion here would be massive for the series and game. For both sides, really. But Ray continuing to double down, finding that secondary frag, secondary smoke as well to close off the site entirely. And the molly as well. Thankfully, NACE playing Overwatch for his teammate.
Big pick up the find here. They're looking to flash through the smoke, and they also have 2 smokes left to maybe get smoke on that bomb here. They're lining up for them. Dinks are put onto the teammates at the moment. It's becoming a bit awkward. A low HP bars and an MP9 can tear through them. One's hovering inside the smoke, but Kraken is going to find one of those high HP bars, and now the sticking of the defusal. The knife is out, but he can't seem to find the right player. He finally does, but it's too late. 2 knife kills in from Ray, but it's not the round. The ace finished off as well. Oh my god.
Guys, 2, what I mean, you could call just ridiculous defuses in a row. I mean, how does that happen? And with players alive too, Texas A&M, they've gotten away with murder.
That's the best way to put it, right? I mean, so surreal that has happened now twice in a row. And I mean, 2 knife kills. The money is way, way better now in these 2 teams. But oh my god, Randy.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at all, right? 2 through the smoke immediately.
I guess your advantage when it comes to the rifles is irrelevant if you get spammed through the smoke. Ooh, that's a nice dink there as well. Now followed up with a kill. Puster down and out. Ray all alone. AK in hand.
Man, This is going to be a big round. I mean, the stealing of those 2 rounds is going to be haunting for UT Austin. I mean, it has to be, right? Because you have to imagine if they close those out, what position they would be in, so close to that finish line of closing things out on a 2-0. Now, their T side, it's going to be off to a bit of a slow start. And if this one goes flawlessly, they can build up an economy. They can build something up that's quite strong to try and finish the job.
It is going to be the flawless win for Texas A&M. Not even the comeback trail. They've made the comeback. I mean, only 2 rounds to define here as the deficit. Somehow, some way, UT Austin still have money. I guess that's because they've still got a 3,400 loss bonus based on the fact they kept losing these rounds. But, I mean, regardless, that seems crazy. And you can see the lack of utility up the back of that. So, it's not as if they've gotten this out for free. Oh, that nade could be big, and it is going to be doing massive damage. Boy, Molotov to follow up, and Boy's even further down and out. That said, still alive. He's going to find that trade. Kraken S going down 1-for-1. Nasto on the follow-up. Makes things look a little bit easier in this break control from Flar, and it's good for 2.
Boy, again, I mean, it's just showing the economic damage. What here might not be finding anything other than the 1 kill he's gathered. Now that's 2 rounds strung together. You're picking up a couple of those AKs here. You're stacking up a bit of reserve. So Texas A&M building up a very, very strong CT side, and it just continues.
UT Austin now fighting to keep their lead. And what are they fighting with? Sticks and stones, comparatively. And they have some techs. They have some doigles. They have a scout, but... well, they could overwhelm. Here we go. How does Mega get that kill?
He just threads the needle so effectively here. With aggression coming on forward here. That flashbang, I think, went awry, but nonetheless, they're just going to continue their endeavors. Construction. Spam through the smoke. 3 taps, and it's going to finish the job on a flare, and surely you don't recover like this. Surely you don't. And it seems like they will here. Squirt and Randy left to try and pick up lost pieces. They will do exactly that. 2 kills back, but the trade is quick. Ray available. Randy with a little bit in reserve. Might be encouraged for this retake here, but revealing himself. Mega just still looking around towards construction and will finish the job. What on earth was that? He finds 2 of the entries and closes things down with the finishing blow.
Yeah, Mega with bookends on that round, pretty much. And fantastic adjustment from UT Austin. They pick up the pace. And, I mean, I guess that's one adjustment to be made. They sort of play for the mid-duel. 1 player on a bit of an island. They win that. And then they go to ham. And it's all thanks to Mega.
Yep, he did so much right there to keep things in good standing. And now all that success, all that CT side rounds that maybe you could get the ball moving early have kind of fallen to the wayside with that round stolen away from you. Now you have to make sure you're closing on this, and it's going to be limited if you do drop it.
So I know this is a big round, but was there pandas on that AK? I've never seen that in my life.
I don't know.
Virus in towards the kill, and
Oh.
there's Virus. Has had a really poor start to this game. That first half was pretty abysmal from a fragging position, but now Virus getting involved, and Laren's asked to answer back. Now a 3 versus 3, and even through the front of that box, through that initial tag, Laren, he gets a little bit over aggressive, and Virus triples down for the 3rd kill in the round.
Flashbang. Oh, he has turned things around immensely here. He is bested, but that just allows for Puster to realize his location. The bomb is dropped in a very neutral location. He's going to start to make his move in towards B. A little bit of noise being made, but Nasty seems aware. Knife is out, and he will find it, blindsiding Puster and winning the clutch. He was so very aware.
I don't know what gave him that information. Yeah, there was maybe that sound cue, but man, that was close. Virus got to be walking away feeling aggrieved there, as he did so much to try and pull that round back from the brink. Unfortunately, it's not enough. That said, there's plenty to play with here for both sides. So another potential turning point as we move into round 22.
Still have plenty to work with here. But again, you would have liked to have seen the rally off of that success that Virus was having. I mean, he was the only one not available in that first half. And to show up like that. Nice crosshair plays, but Kraken S just going to best him on the duel.
Continuing to try to push it down, but Ray just owns that area on side hall. Just don't try to push Ray. It's just not good. It's not good. You're gonna lose. And Virus clearly making some work be done there at the A site and timing in toward Kraken S. Maybe a bit of an overzealous swing through that smoke. Not even going full Stewie mode either. He just kind of walks slowly through and gets punished.
Oh, a little bit of a flank coming through from Yes, but I think at the end of the day, he'll be more so interested in a save in this current standing. Not a real opportunity to gather into this round. So, you know, with one alive here and an answer back from UT Austin in the next round, you are standing pretty tall. Go on the T side here. That's going to fade away after taking down Virus, but again, it's going to be a bit pricey here. I mean, the economy is going to be incredibly strained. You have the saved rifle, sure, but other than that, I don't even know. Oh, yeah. Let me see. I can't tell. He's got to inspect it.
Yeah.
It looks like pandas, right?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, green
I'll
pandas.
see if I can get some insider information.
Okay. Thank you. Using all of your connections.
Well, these guys, they're just buddies of mine.
Yeah. Well, you could have just left it at connections and impressed all the viewers.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'll do some research.
It's a full investment here for Texas A&M. They bought into a round like this when they've only got 2 rifles to work with. Otherwise, it's 5.7s, and Randy is taking so much damage from Molotov and Ray. I told you, Randy, stop trying to play here. It's just not good.
Oh, they just find so much success. They try for this force by here. NACE has been spotted out with the rifle. I imagine that will offer up some encouragement towards A, and that's seemingly like what's going on here. Now, interestingly enough, there's still a player hanging around here with 5.7. Maybe a second, not quite. Answered quickly. Nice trade there from Mega. Ray was the worthy sacrifice, and numbers will be punched in nice and safe.
Lining up an AG does some damage, but I mean, Mega quickly to put that one to bed. And this has been a very hard-fought game 2 thus far. Right now, UT Austin seem to be in the driver's seat. Texas A&M, well, you don't really have any tools to fight back. They've got USPs in this round. Only 2,400 on the loss bonus as well means that they are forced to keep this a very light buy.
That's rough, right? I mean, ideally you'd be able to potentially do some damage in this round, which you still can, sure, with the USPs and P250, but likelihood is limited that you'll find too much success. And this is going to be 14. It's one step closer to series point for a 2-0.
Nice gap there by Virus. Okay, well, I was saying I was a little bit on the questioning side on whether or not the damage could be done, but it has been. Already 2 kills, one with P250 and one with USPS. Sure, AK is now looking to be in the hands of Texas A&M, but surely they're going to save these. No reason you would go for it. Anything crazy here.
Yeah, definitely holding on to these. So I'll give yourself more opportunities in the future. As one drops off the 51st floor. That will not be held on to. And again, it's Randy who's like, hey, I'm over here, guys. Just chilling. You guys weren't saving? No, we were stuck. We were stuck in CT.
Stuck in CT again. Yeah, unfortunate. Like, what was that nade? But I guess the nades are elevated if you could hit the shots. And Aaron has done just that. He's made this very expensive, and boy, he's got to run away. I mean, this is one of those weak bombs, I think. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolute duds.
Yeah. Yeah. The T's, they did a pretty bad job of packaging that thing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
Didn't put the blue wire into the right place where the red. I don't know. I'm not a bomb expert. Something like that, though.
No doubt. Again, like I said, now one round off of series point now. Again, they just kind of maintain their flawless season as of so far. I don't think they've dropped a map either. So, really good signs for UT Austin if they can keep that true.
Absolutely would be. But from Texas A&M perspective, this is a must-win moment, must-win round, right? I mean, loss here, not only series point is working against you, but talking a whole lot worse. And there's literally nothing going their way. NACE finds a kill, but he's insta-traded, and Squirt's like, hey guys, what happened?
Yeah, Ray just double entry'd on his as well. Fuster somehow flanking things out towards mid. He was lurking all the while. But
So I have a proposal to make, Cole.
what's that?
Side Hall will now be known as Ray Hall.
I'm sure he would love that.
I mean, he's literally not lost in that position this game, I feel like.
I mean, you know, some people call it Ivy to kind of shorten it, and
Oh,
you
really?
can call
Okay.
you can call it like Ravy,
Ravy? Okay.
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, up there.
That's what I would call it if I was on his team. Look at this off angle, and oh my God, Puster read him like a book. Gonna collect that opening kill, and he did spot out that second player, I believe. Maybe not, but I think that's certainly enough deterrence factor to keep them at bay here, as we are heading into a Ravy.
Or NAS caught without a library card there.
Couldn't pass.
No dice. There we go. Ray clearing Ray, and meanwhile Randy trying to line up an HE grenade. Might do. No, it doesn't quite bounce. Thought it might bounce in a position where it could have caught somebody, but it's not going to happen. And a very, very split offense at the moment, to be fair. Oh, here we go. Flareon thinking that he can make this duel work. We'll see if it is possible. Nope. Virus this time behind Ray, able to find that kill. Helping out. Randy over the top. Big time. Meanwhile, though, Squirt wins out, and Randy over Ray is Mega. Has found one. Future back the other way, and it's over. No work to be done here at the end of the game. 2-0 for UT Austin.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping up with that flawless season as well, taking down what was it, Texas A&M. That did look very strong, I will say. I mean, props to them. They did a phenomenal job at trying to keep things in close contention and trying to maybe try to take this roster of UT Austin to the brink there. I mean, that's kind of the start that we got, right? We started things off 1-5 in Texas A&M's favor, where they were lighting things up and looking phenomenal. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't quite enough because they just found some sort of fire, some sort of fury to claw that one back.
Well, and you know, yeah, it was 5-0, but then it was 5-5 as well. And then 10-5.
Yeah, that was the good point there. Yep.
Like, it wasn't just a clawback. It was a domination back that other direction.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to say, it was incredibly impressive that UT Austin kept their cool, kept themselves in it. But that's, I mean, I would expect that from a team with the experience that they have. The other thing to note, I mean, we were memeing about it, but Ray didn't lose a duel in that side hole position. He really didn't. And often it was a double kill or more.
Yeah, no, he I mean, consistently open. Such a critical part of that A bomb site as well. Once you lose that side hole Ivy player, I mean, that pretty much comes collapsing if you are taking forward positioning. You know, if you do have someone maybe close by and towards sandbags, anything like that, and you lose that secondary Ivy player, you're kind of closed in upon all angles. There's no escape. There's no support offered up. And so that was a consistent problem, and I think that was how they closed things out on T sides. But for sure, UT Austin, I don't know what sort of fury they found in the tail part of that first half, But the fact that they did finish the job off on 10-5 was so absurd.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely will be an impressive thing to continue to talk about. And though with that, I want to talk a little bit about LLS and how LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Lincoln. After a third visit to the pediatrician in the fall of 2017, Lincoln was diagnosed with acute bilingual, I'm struggling, leukemia, and a very rare diagnosis. His 3.5 year treatment plan was extensive and challenging. They were made a bit easier with the support of his nurses who provided video game setup in his hospital room during extended stays, which always made him light up. Lincoln completed treatment in March 2021 and is a fun-loving 8-year-old who enjoys shipping, sports, music, and video games. Lincoln and his family feel so fortunate to have the support of LLS and look forward to spreading awareness and help other families like theirs in years to come. Alongside Hero Lincoln, we recognize the LLS Hero of the Game as the player that made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was the clutch play or sacrifice or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. Today's LLS Hero of the Game is going to be Mega, who we have ready for an interview and watching some of these highlights as well. Mega, how are you doing? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No audio. Okay. No, maybe.
Hello?
There we
you
go.
are.
How's it going, Mega?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic. And, well, we got to watch that fantastic match. You guys put on a bit of a clinic there on Inferno at the very start, despite a little bit of a comeback from Texas A&M, and then making another comeback, this time your own, over on Vertigo. How is the team feeling off that victory, continuing the undefeated season?
We're feeling pretty good. We started off the season pretty hot, and we're really keeping the flame going throughout the whole season, playing some pretty tough opponents like MSU and RIT, who've been renowned and are really tough opponents. But this is really just another opponent to fuel the flame and keep this season going. So.
Yeah, I mean, so you're getting kind of taken aback. You have a very good start off to that Inferno matchup, but then you start letting them claw things back. You allow a little bit of a comeback. Some of those rifle rounds just weren't going your way. I mean, what exactly was the turning point that you guys kind of kicked things into gear to finish off the job on Inferno?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is definitely being able to read them and see what they're doing. Taking a lot of control initially during the matches and like at the start of the match, I think it's one of the biggest things. I think banana taking was a really key success. So then we, when we could rotate over one to A and kind of stack that site. So then when that execute did come, like it was like 15, 14, 10 with me on the op and arches, they're all coming through. It's easy when you have most of your teammates backing you there. So.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, and let's just talk about that second game of this series, Vertigo. You guys go down 0-5, and then the comeback begins. It moves from 0-5 to then 5-5, and then 10-5 in your favor. How did you guys mount that comeback? How did you keep in the mental game when you were going down early?
I mean, we kind of expected it, Vertigo is definitely one of their best maps from A&M, as everyone knows. It's definitely their first pick. But getting used to that pace and understanding, where their aggressions are going to be early round and late round and understanding where they're going to finish was pretty essential to that comeback.
And one other question about Vertigo. Early on, especially CT side, you guys weren't really interested in using the op. Usually you see that as a really big, crucial part of a CT side, generally speaking, and, well, y'all aren't hurting for good oppers either. What was the game plan there to kind of leave that out?
So we normally don't start with oppers. We usually, kind of get a feel for how we can play things and kind of adapt mid-game. If we see opportunities where we can get an op posted and hold close angles and whatnot, that's what we're going to do. So, it's usually for our game plan to start rifling, get a feel for how they're playing, and then adapt like so.
Awesome. That's fantastic. Cool. Any final questions for Mega?
Yeah, I mean, my last question is, I told you before this that you had to have a tie prepared for the interview. I'm now wondering, what happened to that? Where's that tie at?
Hey man, you know, I was not prepared to do the interview, but I'm here anyways, you know? So
All right, that's fair enough, man. I appreciate it.
Well, Mega, thanks so much for taking the time. Anyone you want to shout out or say hello to before we let you go?
yeah, I want to give a shout out to Pangnex, and Cody, but I appreciate the cast guys, Zach, Cole.
Well, we appreciate you, and we appreciate UT Austin as well. Thank you so much, Mega.
Thank you.
And with that, we will be looking to head into a short break. That being said, we're going to have another fantastic series coming up next. That's going to be University of Arizona going up against UC Berkeley. We'll be back with more in a few. Oh wait, we have a Mavix read. Cole, yes?
Yeah, I mean we do, and you know it's perfect time because we're heading into a break, right? And you have to make sure you're sitting comfy during that time because you know that's exactly what Mavix can deliver you. They lock you in place. They have breathable Therabics once you are sitting through that pause timer and waiting for the next matchup to start because you're so loyal to sitting through these beautiful collegiate matchups. But with all that being said, make sure you go and show your support with the Starleague and of course Mavix that are bringing you all of your chair action. With all that being said, though, like you said, we are going to be throwing it to a quick break, and we'll be back shortly after.
After a short delay, we have returned with our second series of the day, and I'm excited for it, Cole. We got University of Arizona going up against UC Berkeley. It's an interesting matchup, certainly, and one that I think is going to really define where Arizona's at because they're doing so well. But before we get too far into that, I want to talk a little bit about AMD performance to rule your game and rule the league. We're so happy to have AMD as the official graphics card sponsor of the NACE Starleague. And, well, if you don't know what is on offer from AMD, the AMD Radeon RX 6000 series graphic cards feature breakthrough AMD RDNA 2 architecture engineered to deliver ultra-high performance, ultra-high resolution, visually stunning gaming for everyone. With AMD and the NACE Starleague are powering the next generation of gaming. Check them out at amd.com, and we so much appreciate their partnership here at the Starleague. But, Cole, let's get into the nitty-gritty of this matchup. University of Arizona against UC Berkeley.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, I feel like we built this up at the beginning of the match. It's kind of a team that is definitely hungry to make it into playoffs, right? Arizona is 6-1 in the records right now, looking very good versus UC Berkeley, who, are still standing pretty high, but they're kind of heading out of that contention, and a loss would certainly solidify that fact if it hasn't already.
Yeah, I mean, UC Berkeley is one of these teams, I think, that is kind of on the cusp, but they're not good enough quite to overcome those highest tiers in the likes of the Star League. So, and Arizona is one of those teams that have very consistent experienced players on the roster. Whether it be Sports and Bones, who are, Sports and Merle, who are both playing in Maine with an 8-6 roster right now, or whether it be the likes of Bones and Abram, who both have open experience and are relatively experienced players overall, it's all looking very solid.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. That's certainly the case. Again, the experience is kind of the name of the game, and a lot of these teams have kind of been blessed with the fact that there's no longer the Highlanders in this current standings here. Fully laced, looking things off on the A execute with a nice headshot, but look at that, just climbing straight to the window and answer back.
Quick, simple, and easy. That being said, Starred Sky, I mean, I felt like he deserved that kill a while ago. A little bit of a missed shot there, but nonetheless, 2 left alive for the T side. Homie in Sports, and Homie does the work for 1, but now it's on to Sports, playing with the P250. He's tapped 1, looking to tap that second, but Ice Bear shuts it down. No kit for him, but it's plenty of time.
Oof, yeah, that was the question here. I was wondering if he had enough time. I think he might have thought he was still on that bomb, but Ice Bear nailing that instant headshot was the only possible way he was able to win that without having to deal with, a potential jiggle peak coming through from Sports that could have shut things down. But what a lovely retake, considering, that was a 4v5 post-plant situation that University of Arizona put them in.
Yeah, it was quite nice, and Arizona, I would argue, probably should have had more kills there in towards the jungle area, but UC Berkeley doing a fantastic job of making the trays work for them. Mm-hmm. And now we're seeing just a little bit of a force buy off the back of the bomb plant, and I say a little bit, I mean, it's 5 glials, so it's a little bit more than a little.
Yeah, it's always the case here once you get 2 second round buys after the bomb plants come through. This is a cool little off angle, though. Tiny bit of a crossfire going on from jail position towards bench, and right, but taking some scout tags is not really the reality here for the T side here, but that's that off angle working to full fruition, and that catwalk player as well, able to strike into the feed.
Things working well for UC Berkeley at the moment. 3 versus 5. And I think a lot of question marks right now from the Wildcats as they set themselves up to try for a B hit, maybe. And yeah, it's going to be coming through. The sound cue given to Starred Sky. Interesting that we're not seeing a rotation already, but here we go. Sports. Big opening frag, and Sports applying that pressure. Does indeed find the follow-up. So 2v3 now. Limited to work with, but Sports has fallen. And Merle should have probably found that kill towards Ice Bear, but
game.
Doesn't work.
Flushes him out enough to grab the kill. Ice Bear finishing the job there, and UC Berkeley continuing in winning ways. They're able to punish the force by coming on forward, deny a bomb plant. Even more critical, I think, in that sort of situation, considering there was a interesting 2v3 starting to occur, but nonetheless, they shut things down in UC Berkeley. Well, actually, I should say this first. University of Arizona, I don't know what's going on here, but Redvine is invested quite heavily. The rest of the team not so encouraged, and a little bit of mismatching of the buys early on can be a little bit chaotic.
I feel like that's never a good sign because it's certainly caused by some sort of miscommunication. Nice setup as well from Starred Sky, Reki, and Dragonfire all getting involved in this one a little bit later on, but still. Redvine, who does have that Galil, the only one left alive.
Looking towards the B side of things, and will be taken down with relative ease there from Ice Bear. So flawless coming through from side of UC Berkeley, making it look very clean. Now the investments will come on forward. Redvine is onto another Galil. No big deal. Still has a bit. It doesn't have head armor yet. That's a worrying sign here, but might just get some extra utility as that's kind of necessary at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, and Redvine probably lucky just to have anything to work with here. That loss bonus, you know, starts to get pretty hefty. Shots fired across the bow, and Ice Bear tries to go for an upgrade, and that sort of his downfall. As the trade for Merle comes through late to give the 3v3 back over to the Wildcats.
Nicely done. Keep things into this 3v3. That's very early on as well, so you know there's going to be some big gaps in that defense here created eventually, although they are being filled with relative pace, as you can see. You have one in the top of connector covering the mid side of things, ready with an off angle. Gonna be clear, not quite. Easy pickup, Redvine dropping. And there's a player still in CT spawn. That's another one for Dragonfire, making it only a 1v3. Only Merle left in a very dire position.
UC Berkeley showing that they have some firepower here. Maybe despite what our expectations were coming in. And in fairness, we didn't have, and we don't have a whole lot of info on this UC Berkeley squad, so they come in as a bit of a black box for us. And could be that Arizona gets caught out in the open. Still early days though, Cole.
Yeah, plenty of time to recover for sure. For University of Arizona, but so far, I mean, slow to start. That could be a bit problematic here later down the line. We'll see if that's true as we have mid-play coming forward for a majority of the Arizona members who have continued to try and invest into this. Ice Bear ready to light him up. Need him to be good for the first, but can't rechamber a second. And so there is a quick trade. On top of that, a B collapse coming through with only Starred Sky here.
Oh, but Starred Sky. Let's hit one shot. I would have been ideal to find one more, and Reki wrecking their opponents on towards that B site. Sports versus 3. EWP in hand, and oh, that's a missed shot if I've ever seen one. Re-swing, re-peek, giving him the opportunities. And the jitter peek helps out. Sports, how is he still alive? He should be not able to get this, and Reki falls. No more op to deal with. There's so much utility for Dragonfire 4K, but he's gonna, no! Miss the shot, Sports! It's so close! He's going for a no-scope, but he hits it with the scope anyway! 1v4! Oh my goodness!
I thought that missed shot was going to be the death of him, and that was going to be such a heartbreaking way to close it, but he redeems himself with some fancy footwork. And that's what Sports provides here for this University of Arizona roster. Just that sort of level, that sort of capability where he can single-handedly dominate a round. And that's just what's been done here. The op in his hands as well to follow things up. Is that a top of connector smoke thrown in?
Well, that would have been... No, it's bottom connector by the look of it. I said 1v4. It might have just been a 1v3, but it doesn't... I mean, it really doesn't matter, does it?
Not at all. Maybe it's just the same level of impact, right? I mean, so much saving being done right there from... Now down a little bit early here, but Merle able to open things up with a nice kill.
Looks like some confidence gained off the back of that scenario, and Homie He's just dispatched with Dragonfire. There's nothing left to work with there. Oh, nice find there by Starred Sky, though. Even the double, the follow-up in Reki. This round went with the op. It's now on to a 2 versus 3.
Redvine hoping for a kill here or there. Not able to find anything just yet. Movement in towards the A side of things here. Reki able to jump up here potentially. Redvine's still trying, moving all over the map right now. They should be able to safely plant here. Potentially for CT if Reki's able to offer up any sort of cover.
Bomb has been planted.
There's 4 flashes. None of them being used. And that's a quick double kill. Starred Sky with a big impact round there. Triple kill, denying the con push.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 3v5 that how easily turned into a, what was that, a 3v2? I mean, they didn't show any signs of struggle. So it's the first 2 openers, and sure, there was a couple HP bars for University of Arizona, but the trade potential was never there. That's a big problem. Very easy way to claw that one back for UC Berkeley, and they're showing some real good signs at the moment. Some fast A smokes thrown out, though. This T-side aggression to come on forward, and it will.
Yeah, and, well, to be fair, this is a good look, and even better frags from Homie. Triple kill if it's fully laced gets involved. One player missing, by the way, Mike. I think we're seeing Redvine in for them if that is indeed a different player. Maybe just a changed name. You never know, but thought I'd mention it.
Yeah. Definitely gonna be missing him as well if that's the case. I do think Redvine is a different player because so far, I mean, Mike was a very solid member.
Yeah.
Redvine looking to try and fill those gaps for sure, but they don't seem to be hurting too terribly bad. They might be in some of those trade potentials like we're talking about, the importance of that. But
Yeah,
nonetheless,
spacing
I mean,
and everything.
yeah, exactly.
UC Berkeley still have plenty of money, though. Yeah, so Hamas out for Ice Bear, but everybody else doing okay. And interesting, could have seen Reiki buy up some. Well, I guess really only NHE could have been thrown over, so not so important.
So that really totally out. That's a molly, but Reiki was past it and doesn't get punished. He's able to move an opening kill and falls through the flames into safety. And now, I mean, you're starting things off on the right foot here with this investment and a really important kind of swing round that could come on forward. That's lovely. Pretty cool stuff there. Tossing that nade over to his teammate. Getting into a position where he could be taken down here. But Homie pushing out of the smoke for one way, essentially, to capitalize upon. What a lovely angle.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that lurk smoke, to be honest with you. Especially not if you're going to be so early into the round. I mean, there was still a minute left when he made the play, so lots of question marks for me. Nice bear, though. Oh, they checked the angle. Fully laced, though, still falls down. Merle, on the other hand, trades. Even finds a secondary frag. So doubling down on this push to set it up for a 2-on-2.
Putting them in good positions now. I mean, all they have to do is huddle in some post plants. Redvine getting behind the bench and one tucked in towards Van as well. They're starting to make a move both from market here.
Have flashes to work with, Colt, but they're not using them. And the Wildcats might get punished for that. Adrigani with the frag. Now it's 2v1. First frag working for Merle. He needs a quad to do it, and he can't connect. There's no kit. He's
Picked
gonna
it up
collect
in no
it.
time.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He was so close as well. I mean, obviously that's something that you really, it's a hard thing to communicate that quickly. And so just found out a little bit too late.
Yeah. Well, and you got to realize your teammate doesn't have a kit, and then, you know, in a moment's notice call that it's there. It's so very difficult.
Very much so. Still, I mean, you're able to walk away with that round, and nice that you do save onto a rifle there as well. So you'll take a couple of those small silver linings, and an investment continues here. As UC Berkeley try and stamp their name into followed up CT rounds, really make a good CT side of things. That's going to be necessary here. As they line up this A execute. Share smoke thrown in, potentially, as they look to move in.
Fire on the site. Gonna put some plasma in the right place. Is there a double? No, not quite. It looked like Dragonfire had it, but it's not to be. 1-for-1 trades abound as a 3v3 continues forward on the A site, but a default plant. This could be a bit of a troublemaking position, Cole, with that default position and players falling back.
Oh, but there you go. Helped out. Homie's still having impact despite him only being on 12 HP. Ice Bear, Start Sky. Do they want to really go for this? I mean, time is dwindling. Another round where they just do not have a kit. Molly picked up, though, on the inbound here for Start Sky. 1 kill they found out. They're going to clear out this firebox position, but I don't know if there's enough time. And yeah, there simply is not. They both end up tapping the bomb here, but it's too little too late. And Merle's going to win another clutch, both to the bomb timer and nice couple of shooting, but it's all 10 in the server, 10. And all 5 again for University of Arizona falling as well.
Yeah. Though I will say, Arizona, they made a nice comeback. Very nice. UC Berkeley now down to pistols. So, got to commend UC Berkeley for utilizing their money very effectively. They made what they had last quite long, really. This is a great read, though. Look at this. This is a wide open B site for the B rush.
Not any troubles grabbing that sort of control here. Now they do read onto it pretty quickly, and so not the end of the world for UC Berkeley, who have found an opening kill there. You do see some responses being brought back out. A little bit of a fight action going on there, but should be closed out cleanly. And finally, I think we're going to get a round that actually has many members alive here, and more so specifically on that T side as well, that are looking to build up any sort of cushion on the economy. But I might have spoken too soon. That's a lovely headshot, and you can walk away with AK and armor. Not too bad.
Oh, and some deal spam damage too. This is very good damage-wise from the CT side. Looks like 6 might survive overall, but I too speak too soon. Ice Bear does fall, but he was only with the Deagle, so the AK is still there for Adjagani, and in fact a solid bit of damage done to the economy as well of Arizona. So, sort of in the same position as we were playing on Vertigo there a moment ago. It was 5-0, now 5-5.
Catwalk here moving swiftly. Papa connected. They're ready for this. Oh, but they let him slip by. Still one good for Jagani, able to fall out of dodge as well. Dragonfire now holding off the ramp room, and there you go. An immediate 5v3 figured out.
Wildcats caught out regularly, it feels, in the early stages of some of these rounds, and oh, that's interesting. Where do you think, was that meant to go there, or was that a flub smoke? It looked like a flub to me.
Question, it might have been. Oh, but all of it's going to just end up in the same result here. I feel like these rounds are just over so quickly, it seems. Decided in the first couple of seconds as both teams move in with some pace. I guess this is more so University of Arizona controlling a lot of that pace, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it just doesn't pan out in their favor.
Mid has been a real tough task for Arizona to actually hold. You know, whenever they go for some mid aggression, it's consistently been met with UC Berkeley winning gun duels, winning out overall, getting man advantages. I mean, very little going the way for the Wildcats on the mid front.
Test of Bro can walk away with any kills here. I'm certainly irrecoverable. I'd like to save here, but with 10 seconds left. Could be a bit concerning. Fakes and drop potentially. But, oh, that
Maybe.
just encourages a peek there. And we'll die. At least after the timer, or before the timer expires, right? So not completely disastrous.
Yeah, that would have been brutal if that were to have been the case, but at this point, I think it's worthwhile to mention Redvine struggling big time. Not even able to get on the board yet, so definitely not the reason for that round going awry. That's not the case, but it certainly does help. Get up in there. Lace, picking up the pace. No, finding one player in towards jail. It's a fantastic frag. Follow up there by Homie on the Tech 9 is better, and now man advantage bought by Arizona.
First punch in as well. This retake being pulled very quickly. Merle going to be dropped down as well. Now equalized into the 3v3. The op being held on, and an easy pickup there. As they're able to extend that advantage to 1. Now looking to move out of market. All 3 players here. It's planted and for default, so not quite for that catwalk here, but a great molly. Sports throwing that out, and there's just a smoke to extinguish it though. That's the problem. Now that smoke's dropped to the ground, and that'll buy more time. Sports is left in a rock and a hard place. They're going to try and punch in those numbers rather than defuse. There's one tucked in towards Van, but he has to find the bomb diffuser. He's being stuck it up on. He is not able to turn the corner in time though, and it will be figured out.
This time the clutch court goes in towards UC Berkeley. 2 rounds that Arizona have won have been clutches. Finally, it's Berkeley's turn to pick him up. And it's done some brutal work to the economy over on the side of Arizona. You can see Redvine purchasing up. And there is some armor on a couple of players, but it's overall going to be a save.
They did good damage in that previous round, so they're keeping things nice and close, nice and tidy. But there's a lot of money in reserve for these 2 players, and a nice pickup straight through the smoke. Actually, the molly to finish the job. Nonetheless, I like the setup that they got going on. They leave that vent unbroken, and so that will have alarms to it if they ever want to try and boost up in the fashion that they did. Instead, they just send Gigante in to cover that window room. Ice Bear is able to find something as well. Oh my god, that was such a sick shot.
Poor guy. Didn't know I hit him. I mean, that was fantastic from Reki. 8-5. No, we didn't get the chance to talk about it, but this is UC Berkeley's map.
Yeah, and oh, they're looking.
I'm sorry.
You're right. Yeah,
I apologize.
It's Arizona's.
Arizona's map. I just flipped him around.
Big deal. Looking pretty comfortable on that CT side, though. Of course, you know, we do likely see some more comfortability from Arizona heading into that second half potentially, and we do expect maybe a better showing, at least to see if they can walk away with any more T rounds. It is a little bit more quick. And towards connector, look, there's blindsided 1 and a second. Thank you very much. The op actually going to grab that instead, as Sports able to find that frag, and that's a compromise here with the catwalk not being fully aware. They're fully laced. Going to grab a kill, and Sports not turning in time. They plant, but it's been delayed, and that's where the chaos can ensue here for Arizona.
Sarge guy onto catwalk right now is just a menace at the moment. And now Reki getting involved there with EWP, and now Merle fighting back. Ice Bear falling back to the advantage of the Wildcats. But for how long? Sarge guy, you're going to have a duel in middle. It's a bit of a back and forth, and with that op firing, it gives away the position of Reki caught in the open. Now the 1v3 for Starred Sky. It's going to have to be a massive overtake. And that is the first in the bag. Low health.
Come for free, that's for sure. Able to avoid the nade here. 1 HP trying to cross in. Has made it successfully. Oh, he found the first kill, but okay, answer back there. Homie is going to light things up. Shut things down there as they do move on towards a 6. Plenty of money for a gun run in the last round of the half here for both camps.
We need 7. That would be pretty standard for a map like Mirage.
Not far for the course, yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see if they can that, though. We're moving in quickly. I like that smoke thrown out, though. Trying to maybe catch him off guard. Not to expect anyone to be moving in through Palace, but Homie is going to be testing the waters here. Walking into that obstacle. How does he walk away with that kill? That is just absurd. How fast were those reactions and dropping that op?
I think what happened there is the scope wasn't quite in position to actually see him, so he just gets away with, you know, the advantage of the elbow. And everything going the way right now of the Wildcats. Ice Bear fights one back, but it's just Ice Bear. And well, I don't think it matters how much ice it is in his veins, as yeah, Sport's gonna put it to bed. 8-7.5. And a pretty good one from UC Berkeley.
As close as they come right there. Yeah, you have to be happy with that. You know, you do show a little bit of cracks in the armor, but you started out very well, and now you just need to carry over some of that early success, bring it into the T side here. You know, bring in some of that coordination and you know, strength that we did see on that CT side, in which they were able to lock down those mid kills. They played those man disadvantage situations very well, so maybe you can afford some CT aggression in the mix. But at the moment, 4 players stacked over towards B, a complete gamble, and it's all a bit of a mistake here from UC Berkeley, as they'll soon realize, because free of charge is that A bomb site.
5v5 retake certainly is not a free one. Okay, nice shot there. Dragonfire 1, 2, and 3. It's looking like it might be a tough task for Redvine and Homie. 2 versus 4.
It's going to be incredibly tricky, especially as they just continue. Dragonfire is an absolute beast on the Glock right now. Making it look so easy and closing things down with a 4K there as he finds multi-kill after multi-kill, it seems, and continuing over some of that success in the first half. Well done from him. Starting this off on the right foot. I said, you know, maybe getting an early start here once again, heading into half number 2 is exactly what they need, and that's certainly true.
Absolutely. You see Berkeley in the advantage situation now, and forced by a very interesting forced by. Not everyone's involved. Yeah, there's a lot of economy question marks for me from Arizona right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a similar way to Anna's Glitch, to what we've seen from UT Austin, where, you know, you do get a little bit of investment, but not enough to fully eco, or rather, not enough to give yourself a good chance to win this round, right? Which is the goal of forcing. But then you also have the detail that, you know, you're not leaving yourself enough money to get a third round buy-in, right? So,
Yeah.
a lot of concerns.
Regardless of the interesting decision-making on the buys, it's a nice setup. That's going to go, okay, I thought it was a nice setup. It's going to go wide. It was meant to go right here in this position, but Ice Bear going to be able to clean things up very, very easily. Merle alone has a Doigle in hand. They shot.
Short-lived. Taking care of their Ice Bear to finish the job, and nicely done from likes of UC Berkeley to close things out. Redvine is on the board, though, officially, so you can get your party poppers out. We'll find the first.
Nicely done. Yeah, but Arizona, like you very concisely set up in the last round, not able to buy this round because of the investments last, and they do it again because, well, they're not buying anyway. Might as well have something to work with. No armor, though, at all, despite the additional money.
Not I mean, considering they don't have much of a chance in this round, just getting swiped through. Roll dropping. Redvine and Homie left alive. A little bit of damage on the way out, Homie. Making things happen, but Redvine looking to just drop a few guns, maybe double that score line here. See if had some more frags here, but all comes down to the next round. Try and do most of the damage and try and succeed. Ice Bear gonna finish the job, and 11-7.
Here we go. Double up, instant investment. Fully laced in sports are taking it. And double up is very, very strong on the CT side of Mirage. So I definitely can understand why they're going to go for this instantly. Also really need to do a good job of holding down some sight lines, and it's one way to do it as well.
Early and fast A push coming through. Just bombing it out towards the smoke, ready to try and clear out that under balcony. They do so with ease. And they find the trade onto that player trying to push the smoke here, so an immediate 4v3. Potential to get that first punched in. This lineup there, fully laced, was looking like he wanted to spam the smoke, but instead, wisely waits things out and punishes that aggression.
3v3 set up for the retake. Fully laced seems to be aware of the fact that there's somebody ready and waiting underneath heaven. Ready for dragon fire. Oh, it's a big miss jump there by fully laced. Sport's going to trade out. One player on the site. Shots fired. Sports can't do it. Red Vine alone now. 1v2, and Red Vine running away. He's already no time to work with, and you survive here?
He should be good. 180 damage, no issues. Oh,
That's
nice
right.
headshot as well. On the way out. Able to hold on to that rifle there. But that looked a little bit too easy on the execution. UC Berkeley just throwing a very fast-paced A execution. Get that right side smoke down and isolate those fights. You know, completely isolated and under balcony. So they take the opening gun round right there with ease.
Step one of Win Mirage for the T side has already been done. Now Homie on the site. It's going to be the same sort of scenario, though less smokes. Shots being fired. It's going to be a dink and finally a headshot through the box. Homie up and over is Ice Bear for 2. Whilst Rocky gets 1 as well. UC Berkeley making this look very, very simple, Cole.
Just, don't fix what isn't broken here. I guess it's the game plan at the moment. As they just continue to explode onto that bomb site.
Hey, fair enough, right?
No doubt. It's working.
Working big time. Poor Red Vine once again alive at last, and this time is felled. But 13-7, an 8-7 half running away right now from the likes of the Wildcats here at Arizona.
They're looking incredibly clean right now. And those rifles have come out, even when they haven't. Just been lighting things up. Up with mid molly. And there we go, lovely stuff, Sport. Definitely need to try and have him activating early here. And, you know, he had one of those big clutches, but other than that, finding that consistent success has been few and far between. So on the CT side, he definitely needs to thrive.
I mean, I think you can apply that to just about everyone here, but it's just not to be. Homie, one of those who needs to be one of those heavy hitters, and dispatched with ease by Hajigani. Not a lot to work with. The double lot still invested instantly. It did get that opening pick, but now it looks like we're going to see a B hit.
You ready for that execution here? It's up to Red Vine and Sports. You are ready. Or rather, I should say Red Vine and fully laced, I think, more accurately. Smoke towards market window, throwing into cutoff rotations here. A lot of pressure lies on the op and the rifle in the back of sight, and a good crossfire here, but the utility raining on in. Fully laced, blinded up, not able to fire away just yet, but finally is able to chamber a second one in. Best here. He leaves it all in that cornered player. Red Vine doesn't walk away with anything.
Merle, though, picking up the pieces, trying to bring it back. Merle in Sports, but Merle's no more. It's Sports to play 1v2. Op in hand. You asked him to step up. Will he be able to? Ajagani, the opener of the round for UC Berkeley, now in the 1v1. Bring around the Rosie. They play, but the adjustment's good. Sports with the frag. The AWP coming to work. 7 turns to 8 as the Wildcats win their first round of half number 2.
Another beautiful clutch right there from Sports. How sick was that shot? Proving that he could do it on G side, he can do it on CT side too. No big deal. No questions asked. And beautiful victory for them to try and keep things in good way, because Sports was the one that opened up that round into a 4v5, but then they lose B control. They start into a 2v2 pose plant situation, and that could have been really sour if they would have dropped that here. But some fast get right and get left smokes thrown out.
I love that. Every time I hear you say it, I love it.
It's a cool call. It's one of my favorites too. It is going to test these two players once again, though. Fully Laced this time with the rifle can maybe have more impact here as he's consistently blinded up, catching the players diving out. Redvine is still standing on this bomb site, and he is able to hold things down. Actually, it's Merle that figures things out, but it was all a ruse. It was all a fake, and the real movement's towards A.
What a great fake it was, in fact. But those are some nice flashes. Sports, he's clutched up one round. He's looking for more. Now he knows that one player, Ajagani, sitting here in Firebox as well. Big moment in time here. Reki needs to make the play. The flash is good. Oh, no. Merle taken out. Now Redvine and Sports all alone. And now it's just the Redvine coming up. Does get that first kill, so a possibility. Achagani's very low. Sitting on the site. Time ticking away. There's a kit in the hands of Redvine, though. Ajagani playing it as good as you can. Denying everything.
Phenomenal reposition, like you said. Just, no losing that round once you make that move in towards the back of that box right there. So phenomenal work right there. And continuing that advantage, a flash in a pan round for University of Arizona is not what you wanted, especially when it came down to a 1v1 with only one player remaining on Arizona. You can see the strain that it's taken place in the economy. It's a save here, and what is a concession of map point and the map pick of Arizona as well.
Bad news bears right now. At least for the Wildcats. As see Berkeley dominate, but there we go. There we go, homie. Trying to bring it back. This time it is a 3 versus 5, favoring the likes of Arizona. But of course, the weaponry heavily favoring UC Berkeley. That said, homie, still live and kicking here in the back of the site. One down, one more to find for A.
Ooh, bomb's just been dropped free in control of Homie here. Now he can hold down this position. He's made things a world of a lot more comfortable. Walking right to his crosshair. Still gets stinked down, taken down low, but extending that advantage to putting Ice Bear in a very tricky 1v3 and working in towards jungle. There's a bit of a gap, but it's being filled here. Redvine. He's gone.
Oh!
Oh, that was quick.
That's called style points.
Oh my god, not like this. This isn't how you want to win it. Ice Bear finding 2 1-taps. Surely not a third. Revealing the position. Homie going to pick up the rifle. He gets on top of the ticket. He fakes the bomb play. Okay. He puts an end to the madness. It was very clean right there.
I'm sorry, just wiping the sweat from my brow. That was terrifying, especially for fans of Arizona. UC Berkeley, Ice Bear in particular, showing their finesse. 25 frags in the game here for Ice Bear. Leading the server, if I'm not mistaken, though it might be close there on the other side. Didn't get a chance to peek, but nonetheless. Big round to come. It's a half buy, or, well, yeah, half buy for sure. Redvine getting 1, Merle as well. Fully laced. Doing some work. Only 1 to fall.
Picking them apart one by one as they try and collapse in. Your apartments right there. Now, University of Arizona making a little bit of a stomping on the CT side here. They're trying to make some noise. Maybe continue the success forward. There's not much to be brought out in this investment here. It's a lot of utility being thrown out early towards middle. Got a couple of nades they might throw towards window as well. Thinking. Oh, they might not even get a chance. There's so much damage has been done from Merle through the slope.
Boy Lace comes in for more. Oh, actually, you're going to get tagged just a little bit. They were looking for him. Wrong direction for that. Fully laced. Terrified for a moment, but Merle and fully laced both connect. 11-14. I mean, it's not that far off, surely, for Arizona, but UC Berkeley have guns again.
Saw Redvine try and make a little smiley face with his spray.
I saw that. He's having a good time.
Yeah, having a good time. It's good to see.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is a fun game.
It is. No doubt about it. It might go back to what has worked historically here in this A execution, but there's a lot more presence in this venue for Arizona. What's the difference here? You can see two members very close by, but they do start to adjust. They start to disperse as they soon realize maybe you want to invest more so in this mid control. This could be a bit of a problem here if they are able to succeed in similar ways. History repeats itself. If these A executions work out, that could be a massive problem.
Tommy, though, looking to hold it off, and he does. Helped out by Merle. Merle, in fact, doubling down, and the flash is perfect from Sports to give Homie one more. Stared sky. He's going to be staring up at the sky as he falls down dead. 12-14. One more for Arizona.
They continue. And that one, difference. And that completely locking that A bomb site down with the duo of Merle alongside Homie. Beautiful stuff from the duo. Timeout's been called, I believe, here from the likes of UC Berkeley, who have hit that very close finish line, right? They can taste it, but not able to finish the job just yet. Stuck at that 14 mark. And that's a scary prospect given that University of Arizona on that CT side have, made some critical adjustments here.
Now they have. I mean, Arizona. I love that they adjusted Merle, in there to help out Homie, who was doing his best with what he had over at A. They spotted out a problem and they looked to solve it. It's another eco round, another pistol round coming for Berkeley. And they were posturing as if it was sort of a B rush, but instead it looks like at least 2 or 3 of these players are going to be headed towards underpass instead. And that does force out quite a bit of the B side utility.
So they actually have a little bit of success here towards mid, but they're a bit deterred here. And again, once they have tried to fully execute on towards this B side, it has been met with fully laced, finding multi-kills and, get right with the op. This time he's in the back of pillar, taking a more forward approach to the angle. What? Non-committal just yet from UC Berkeley, who are hanging around spawn at the moment.
UC Berkeley very indecisive in this round, Cole. I'm not sure what they're thinking, but they've gone towards A, they've gone towards underpass, they've gone towards B, and now they're back in B. It's like a bit of musical chairs of where to play, how to go, who to move. Merle spots one that was in con. At least I thought he did. Oh, nice find there by Sports.
20 seconds. They got to pull the pin on this, and they do just start to make their movements. But again, fully laced, it's similar signs that we've seen all throughout this half. When he is locking things down, it is just complete denial of that B bomb site here. It's phenomenal work from him as he just finds multi-kill after multi-kill in Arizona. Now one off the tied scoreline here with investments that are being thrown at the wall, but never sticking at all for UC Berkeley. They've tried a slower approach in that last round as well, and it's the same result, just a little bit delayed.
When you can see why Arizona were so committed to this double op setup from the get-go. They knew that that's really their win condition, and it has been. Once the ops get rolling, once the money gets going, it's just very difficult to overcome. And I think UC Berkeley finding that out the hard way. Speaking of the hard way, this round, well, it's going to be hard no matter what the outcome is. Map point, if UC Berkeley pick it up and, well, lacking a plant, we're looking at another round for the Wildcats and another save for UC Berkeley. It's an old school smoke, I think, for the bench that was being lined up there.
Okay. I was wondering where that one was going to land here. Lining up some smokes again. These fast get right and get left smokes they're going to throw out. And that's going to try and isolate Fully Laced from the bomb site here. As the execution falls on in, they're just trying to smoke this guy out completely. They've done a good job at it, and that works perfectly. They force him off. Ice Bear double entry here, and they figured out a way to adjust to the secondary up. Sports drops as well. And you might as well give this one a go, right? There's so much money in reserves here that I don't think there's too much of a point in saving. We'll see if they can find it. Maybe you can hold on to those AKs as a real opportunity, but...
Yeah. I mean, the AKs are certainly nice, but it looks like maybe they're going to go for it anyway. I apologize, by the way. That wasn't the bench smoke. It was the window smoke. But yeah, same effect as, like you say, to deny the likes of Fully Laced. Speaking of denials, here we are again, denying everything. UC Berkeley at 15.
Yeah, they were struggling to deal with Fully Laced on that bomb site time and time again, right? I mean, that was the challenge constantly for this T side. That was their denial point. Redvine was offering up maybe a bit of distraction, but wasn't offering up too many in the kill department. And so, you know, once you're finally able to figure things out and isolate him, that's when things work. You know, if you can find that forbidden entry onto Fully Laced, maybe that's how you turn things around here.
Fast, quick, loose. Here it is, the push. Berkeley in the double entry. This could be it. This could be the game. 1 versus 4 for Redvine. A tall task for sure. He's so far away. On a different planet almost. Surely not.
Yeah, I don't think this one's going in his realm here. Needs 4 more to add to his tally, and Redvine taken care of. It will be UC Berkeley figuring a way to close out that map when I just wasn't sure if they were going to find it out. I was really thinking that, you know, we were going to see University of Arizona lock things down. But I think that turnaround point was the fact that they found that 15 mark off of just forcing Fully Laced into a really awkward position. They finally found that entry onto him. He wasn't allowed to multi-kill in rounds prior, and that was a clean closer for UC Berkeley, who were struggling to figure things out at the tail end.
Yeah, and here's what I think is, you know, you make the point about that, but what we don't see from so many teams is the ability to adjust mid-game, to recognize what is our problem and to actually have a solution for it. I'm so excited that we were able to see, you know, smoke dialed up perfectly for that moment. And,
yeah.
Well, we didn't get a chance to see the full pick ban, so we're going to take a look at that right now. We just saw Mirage. That was the Wildcats pick, as we've discussed, and the Wildcats unable to pick that one up. We head to Inferno. That's where UC Berkeley wanted to bring us, but I have to say, I think Arizona very much deadly on Inferno as well. Overpass should we need it, Cole. Any thoughts about the map pool before we shoot over to a short break before map 2?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that the series could still go the distance despite Arizona losing their map pick. I don't think that'll be too much of a worry. We get the Collegiate Classic again, and yeah, it should be, at the end of the day, a super solid series.
That it should, but we'll be headed to a break to get that map 2 set up. We'll be headed to Inferno when we come back. Well, University of Arizona fall down on map 1 of and their map pick to UC Berkeley. But the good news is that Mike is coming in for Red Vine. I talked about Mike being absent last time, and well, good news continues. If you want to get all of your news from Ground News, they're home to over 180,000 mindful news readers who use their industry-first coverage analysis tool to adopt a balanced news diet. Ground News community is home to people from all across the political spectrum, and that's no small feat in an increasingly divided world. Here at NACE Starleague, we want you to be a part of this community as well. So go and check out Ground News online or download the app, available on Google Play or the App Store as well. Cole, well, let's talk more about news as we continue. Is the good news of Mike coming in going to be the difference maker here as we head to UC Berkeley's pick?
I think it will be, yeah. I mean, this has potential to be a reverse sweep with the introduction of Mike. I feel like we were just missing him so much with that map right there. I mean, they had a lot of their game plan centralized around, hitting that B bomb site. I mean, obviously we saw some very effective A executions, but later down the line when they couldn't find solutions, they were literally targeting and trying to isolate, what was maybe a potentially doer player, right? And Red Vine, who definitely seemed to be relatively inexperienced. And so, while he did get a nice opportunity to gather some of that playing with the rest of Arizona, now they have a guy that is just, to say the least, quite a bit of an upgrade.
Yeah, with Red Vine being old news and with Mike coming in as the normal player in this scenario, I agree with you. I think it's absolutely important for Arizona. And again, I don't mean any disrespect to Red Vine, but
Yeah.
Mike was definitely, the lack of Mike was felt. So UC Berkeley, they're definitely going to be on a bit of an uphill battle here in towards their map pick. At least if the past is anything to speak of with regard to what we have kind of expected going into this matchup for Arizona.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see how much of a difference maker he can be. I think that it should just be a lot easier. It would have been really rough if they would have had, a gap in the skill, such as Red Vine on a map like Inferno, because that's where things can very quickly come collapsing, right? Because you need your solid site anchors. You need players that can lock down sites because of how hard it is to retake those A and B bomb sites. If you are on CT side and you lose a bomb site, that can immediately be a call for a save, as we've oftentimes seen. And, when we don't see it, it's like, there's no way you're getting into this. And that is often true. So, I mean, it's definitely a really good on-the-fly adjustment here from UC Berkeley that they're able to get him back, whatever he might have been, doing something busy with the everyday life. But nonetheless, I mean, it's a good thing that they have him here to try and keep them in playoff contention, keep them in good standing.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to undersell the fact that a UC Berkeley win here is a pretty darn big upset. 5-3 UC Berkeley. Again, I know we kind of rushed through this at the beginning, so I'm reminding everybody, UC Berkeley sitting at 5-3 on the season right now. Arizona, the Wildcats, 6-1 in this division. So Arizona, absolutely the favored team coming in, and being down a map is not something you or I expected to see. So now Arizona going to have to reset, rethink, and refocus as they head into Inferno. You talked about, being able to kind of set yourselves up for success with regard to CT side especially, and that's where Arizona get to start, like you were mentioning. So we've seen some good T sides though at times. I don't want to count UC Berkeley out of this one.
Not at all. Not at all. And that's just it. I mean, they definitely did show that they still had some of that firepower that was necessary to close that map out overall, because they were showing some really cool stuff on the early A plays, like I was mentioning, not too long ago. They did have some very effective execution power. So if you bring some of that same energy, you could try and close things down, whether it be in this map or the next.
Certainly the case as we look to get underway, but we're in a bit of a pause, maybe a tech timeout. Something going on, regardless of what it is. We are seeing already the bot utility there. Starred Sky going to be the one. Oh no, Reki, not you. It's tragic.
I wish you could ping tic-tac-toe right now How cool would that be?
I mean, you do have a lot of experience with casting tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, I just want to get back at it. I haven't been in the driving seat for tic-tac-toe in quite some time, so I'm just trying to shake off some of the rust here. So
Fair enough. If you don't know, Cole is a proficient tic-tac-toe caster, as we found out at Philadelphia. So,
it's proficient, right? And nothing special.
I mean, I would tend to disagree, but he's just humble.
Oh man, good times. A lot of
Indeed.
collegiate players on that. That was the KSU match, right? So or not
That was,
KSU,
yeah,
technically,
Gonzo.
It was fourth quarter, but Gonzo was a part of that.
Yeah. Gonzo against Touchpoint, who doesn't have any collegiate players, unfortunately, but you know what?
And usually I think high IQ individuals can typically win at tic-tac-toe, right? But Gonzo, he did take the L. Unfortunately, it was a rough loss as well.
I mean, you know what he doesn't have in the brain cells, he's definitely got the looks. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
So not everyone can win in every aspect. I know personally.
No doubt.
I wonder what this tech timeout's about. Is a hot moment. One of those. We started the game and my monitor's been disconnected.
It's always a possibility, right? You never know what's going on with the monitors.
It always is a monitor, isn't it? It feels like it is.
Yeah, definitely. On land, it feels like it's always spilled drinks. 'Cause
Oh boy.
this is something I've covered extensively, and I've done plenty of research. Right? You look in, check things out, and you see that no one seems to learn their lesson. No one. It's always, I've put my drink right by my mouse, right by my keyboard, and a slight movement, a little flick to the right. You get peaked maybe up above even, and you knock things over, and bam, it's done. Tech pause.
You would think they would learn. I was seeing a whole lot of that, and
It's dangerous.
there was a part of me, Cole, that was like, let me just grab that drink and move it to a safe location. But I realized that isn't something you should do in a social setting. But it was a strong urge. I was trying to help you.
I appreciate that. You made the mistake of playing a little too close to me in our LAN experience, and
I did, yes.
unfortunately that comes with some exploring
That's a great way to put it.
keyboard exploration, and I definitely made sure to troll you a little bit.
Just a bit, yeah. Just a wee tad. By the way, we are getting word that there's a headset issue. That was the
That's
that is
second.
the reason. Yeah.
Maybe it's tied for first, to be honest. Audio
issue is pretty big.
Yeah.
To be fair, I can speak from experience. I had my own audio issue.
We both did. Yeah.
So,
Both struggled with
I
that.
can confirm that is legitimate. You know what? Fair enough. Not even mad.
Had to call in the admins.
Yep. No sound in Discord. Feels
Mhm.
bad.
Can't remember who saved us.
No, I didn't get saved.
Oh, okay. You saved me then, because I was
Oh, yeah.
I was
did, you're
content with playing with no volume.
right. You just didn't have your headphones plugged in, Cole.
Mm-hmm.
You really did go full player mode right there.
So yeah,
You're
I'm
on
not.
your way though.
I'm only judgmental about the drinks. Other things, I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't understand it either. Fair play. But yeah, you're exactly right here. We are into the action, and fast CT smoke into a fast B rush coming through for UC Berkeley. Definitely looking to pick up the pace on this one.
Ooh, nice trades coming in there by Adragani. And even gonna find that secondary frag. There's a fast flank. It's quick as you like, and fully laced is fully W keying in. Finally traded. Adragani with 3, tapping away. 2v2. Low health for either side as Johnny Dragonfire has that frag. Now Merle with the kit. Low health though. Can't hit the shots. Oh, he spotted one out. How has he not got the kill? Are you kidding me? The time it's ticking away. Cole, it's over. UC Berkeley, they have it.
Dragonfire just tucks his face into the wall in hopes to God he can buy enough time to close that round out cleanly, and he doesn't even need his teammate there to finish the job. What a lovely little bit of aggression coming through there. I mean, that quick CT smoke from Spawn, so lightning fast. And then the follow-up, the flashbangs were there as well. You just had every bit working out here. We have another quick pause in.
It's the mouse this time.
Okay, yeah, of course. It is Mike. So you imagine he's just getting his setup nice and ready, nice and fresh as he's just gotten back from his busy collegiate student life.
Yeah, here at Check's Watch, 10:30 at night.
Well, this is West Coast, right? So
Well, that's true. It is.
There you
I
go.
mean, well, Arizona is 2 hours, right? So it's 8:30. It's not too late. It's
Okay.
not too late.
I wasn't sure if that was mountain or what the deal was.
Yeah, I think Arizona is mountain, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Berkeley, of course, California, 3 hours,
Mhm.
West Coast time. So that doesn't exist. I've been reliably informed. East Coast is the only time zone in esports, at least.
That is true. That is true. Couldn't
Unless,
agree
of
more.
course, you're across the pond. Then it's Central
CET.
Eastern European time.
That one's a tricky one with the daylight savings and such. And make sure you Google whatever you need to.
How many EU broadcasts have you showed up early for?
I've done it one time. I've learned my lesson. Make sure that I get my extra hour.
There you go. Well, Mike, hopefully learning his lesson. Stop breaking your mouse. It's fine now. And UC Berkeley winning that first round, I mean, that's huge. As a statement, as a way to get straight into things. And now, we're back in this weird scenario, Cole. They've done it again. The Wildcats. What is this by?
I don't know. I'm not really sure. It's again, like you said, just not. It's the worst of both worlds. Now, I can kind of understand it here. You're going for a force, but you only have your opper with anything in reserve and your secondary opper with quite a bit in reserve as well. So it's not the end of the world here.
Okay.
Nonetheless, you have Mike getting dropped here early. There is trades abound, so maybe they can still make some good work of this one. They're walking into Homie with an MP9, and he puts man advantage into his favor here.
Hey, I mean, might not have been the best potential setup to win, but right now, Wildcats are winning. Of course, on towards B. They haven't checked out this player. Are they going to leave him? No, they seem to be aware, and okay. Alrighty there, start Sky. No need to be unreasonable. Towards picking up Mac Tenor. He's going to give the advantage back over to the CTs. The Wildcats now on the cards for a clutch. Flashbang out over the top. Looking for both of these players. Tagged very low. Just 30 health between them. They swing around the corner and start Sky as well. 5 HP, but clutches anyway. UC Berkeley win it out in a very slim fashion.
Oh my god, just barely able to cross that finish line right there. And what a brilliant 1v2 put up from Starred Sky. So close, though, from Arizona to find out around that, again, was a little bit all over the place in the investments. Now, they do have more to bring out. A couple P250s, a lot of utility invested on Homie in this round. So, I mean, interesting to see what he'll do with this Molly HE combo that he's got going on here. He is playing towards B, so I imagine maybe once that execution lies in, he'll just try and get that down and do some damage off the back of that. But still, I mean, it's only a P250 and Deagle.
A smoke there for the arch side. A good porch molly as well. But Merle, oh man. This is the first, it's the second though. HE over the top by Homie. Unable to find any damage. This is a setup towards B for UC Berkeley.
Will they ever come in? Might not be necessary. They want him to walk into these Deagles. Like Mike, starting to warm up here as he finds a blinding one here. Now, Ice Bear going to close things down towards A, though, and causing some rotates, causing some chaos, and Fully Lace walks right into his crosshair. That's going to be a quick movement back in towards a free and open A bomb site. And still, he's gotten himself tucked in towards Arches. He's going to blindside one of these players. Maybe not. What is going on here? One in Library. They've slipped past each other. Sports hasn't been spotted just yet. Things could become very interesting depending on what Sports can do. They don't even know A's clear.
On Ice Bear is going to find Mike for free, who's swearing all the way at Sports saying, why didn't you tell me? Sports didn't know. He had no clue. And now it's homie left alone. We're going to do some damage here. And Areki might have a read. Every kill with this MAC-10, though, is $600 in the bank.
A little extra cash, and he definitely needs it because he is, again, invested in a little bit of util. So grabbing an extra 600 might give you some more util in the first gun round coming up. But I think he's missed his mark here, just barely, as one slipped by. Thinks they're in mini. Big pit, rather.
That is ambitious, to say the least.
Commitment to the bit. That's key to trying to pull them back, right? You have to make sure that you're committing, right? But no luck there. There's no doubt.
I mean, I'm with you. Commitment is key. Though committing to death is also not ideal.
Point.
But it was getting the money anyway. No problem. And it is going to be that double op. So your argument for the bit odd buy is on point by the looks of it. I think that makes a lot more sense, you know, thinking about it in context of this double op purchase.
Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, how heavily they, invest into it. We just talked to a team in the last best of 3 that, wasn't interested in it. It was more of a desperation move, right? If you couldn't get that ball moving on CT side, now we buying up. But in this case, the game plan is kick things off with a double AWP setup, and we'll see how that pans out because it can be a bit of a risk in the long term here, economically speaking. Both options well posted up towards the A-bomb site.
Yeah, well, and I also think that on Mirage, I'm very much like, oh, okay, this makes plenty of sense. On Inferno, I think it does beg more questions, right? It's a bit of a riskier investment, but we saw how effective it was before. I mean, we saw Fully Laced. They had to come up with a game plan just for the one man on the B site when Fully Laced was continuing to play so well with the AWP. So you can't blame them. This has been effective, and hopefully it continues to be. Here's that push into B.
Factors there, but oh, what a great bit of control, and oh my god, entrance that they made onto that attack, onto that B bomb site, so pristine. Here's where that double op comes into an issue, like you had just said. Retaking with a double op on the B bomb site, just never gonna happen. Simply saving this one.
Retaking on the B bomb site, never gonna happen.
Good point. Made even worse by their double up setup here, and this is the risk that I'm kind of referring to. When you don't have anyone trying to go too proactive, they had them both posted up, one watching boiler, one watching brackets. So sure, it's good positioning. You have a lot of information towards A, but what really are you gaining out of that sort of setup, other than maybe an early alarm? It just seems like they just completely limited on success right there, and a pretty stagnant B holder.
I can respect not getting aggressive with an op in all these scenarios, but when you got 2 of them, it does seem like you need to be looking for some sort of info gathering or pick play off the rip at this point in time. I mean, the first gun round as well. The first gun round is going to turn into second gun round based on the fact that Arizona have full loss bonus and that they have that 3-player saved weaponry, keeping them very healthy economically.
Good sign there. Getting across one of those AWP players that's been posted up. Actually, no, it is actually both those ops towards the A-bomb site. Once again, I was not expecting that, considering they are kind of spread out from each other. Fully Laced is a nice angle, but a flashbang would definitely do it in. And they have a flashbang primed up. Oh, but not quite thrown out just yet. Not in time here. He is blinded up by quite a bit of flashes rolling on off. He's able to move in through default, but only good for one. Merle's going to extend that advantage, keep things in good standing, but the moto smoke that flies in is going to cause another retake here on the A-bomb site, and we know how hard that can be.
But with a man advantage, that becomes a lot easier. You got to keep that in mind. Molotov burning just a little bit. There's that secondary op in the smoke. Mike.
Oof.
Gonna get pushed back as well. But it's still a 4v3.
A retake utility.
Where's that smoke gonna go that Sports has? That's the real question. I feel like he's gonna be throwing that one out, covering off the big pit. Oh, but Dragani with a find through that smoke. No scoping towards Sports and dropping down. Dragani still in the sight. Has to ace to win the game.
Bomb has been defused.
For it, but the stick, the hold on that bomb is good enough. And the round goes to Wildcats as Arizona do find their way to a victory.
Man advantage was enough. You're exactly right. Able to just dwindle those numbers, find some trades. And it was actually found out pretty quickly. You did see Ajagani find that initial kill through the smoke, and that was what was, at least in my opinion, going to be that turnaround. You know, 3v3 post plant was going to be phenomenal. I think that no-scope helped out a lot too, though.
Oh, yeah.
Making great use of that. That was absolutely key, crucial for Arizona finding the first.
Double op reinvested. One of them saved over, one of them, of course, having to be rebought. And let's see, this time, same deal. Sports and fully laced in both sides of bracket.
Now I look to try and get that execution that has once worked out. We've seen this before from UC Berkeley. You know, don't fix what isn't broken. Try and go with what's worked. Those strong B executions that they've been oftentimes succeeding in here. They have that early banana control as well. They've dwindled some of that utility out. I mean, if we take a look at the pockets here, it's Mike with a molly. This counterpart and Houghton has nothing in his name. So, cause for concern here.
Certainly will be. Wildcats, they can't afford to instantly lose the B site again. Molly slashes, smokes, everything, but Molly from the CTs makes it a bit of a moot point. They've got to wait. They've got to give some time. Second flash to go through. They've only got one more. And that's an interesting decision on that Molotov. Gianni finds Mike and Ice Bear with a shutdown. One player coming back around the corner, but it's not going to be enough. And again, 3v5. How do you retake with 2 ops on B? You just can't.
You can see the struggles in which they're facing right now. Can't work up banana. And fully laced, just too close range. Can't find the success. Last rifle will drop here. Sports only with the op now. And the escape is going to be Evian here. Offing a held. Nicely done from Star Sky.
The fact they even went for that is a little bit crazy in my opinion. But, I mean, I guess you got to give it a go at times. And that's the danger of that double op.
I mean, it's just come calling consistently as well. It's not the first time that we've seen, you know, that sort of issue arise. Not at all.
Here we go. One of these moments, one of these rounds, it's Merle who has the hero rifle, and Homie who has the whiff nade.
Oof.
Cool whiff man. This is a nice boost happening over in mid, but it's gonna find anything. Oh. Wait just a second.
Close by. Oh, but giving up the game there. Homie gets a little bit hungry. And swings for the fences right there. Caught in the reload, though. One. There's another player right around the corner. Merle, the alarm bells start to ring here. There's the free and open B bomb site that they'll take happily. One in towards the pit. Moving quickly. Playing whack-a-mole here. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Dragonfire. But the op closes it up here. And, well, it's not the op to finish the job. It's the rifle. But still, very clean stuff from UC Berkeley as they're able to close down that round.
What a pre-fire there by Reki as well. Merle was actually pre-firing himself, and he got out pre-fired. Ridiculous scenario. And UC Berkeley's T-side's kind of slapping right now. Remember, this is already a UC Berkeley 1-0 lead. In Arizona, they're starting to scare me here. Again, we talked about how we thought realistically this Arizona squad should be able to more than likely make a comeback, especially with Mike coming back in, but they are doing the work. So player at logs, they have no idea. Dragonfire able to get one, then falling down to the refrag.
Nice stuff right there, finding that 1-for-1 trade, but still gonna leave that CT side a bit. Where that HE gonna be? Heat's gonna it is. Oh my god, followed up by the finishing blow of the rifle spam through the smoke. Now they're walking to this A side stack. You call it off. You find the trade here, but they go back for seconds. That could be a big mistake here. They line up for him. You can't walk away with the kill though. The chase down is there. It's good for one. The last player's flanking through Boiler as well. This shouldn't be expected. Merle has made noise though. Oh, and they've turned attention. Watching this porch side. Big R. He's made so much noise here and found out. Cleaned up a small mistake as he jumps the gun just a little bit. And they extend their advantage off the gun round.
That's a relatively uncharacteristic mistake from Merle as well. I mean, Merle is a very experienced player. Definitely knows the risk he's taking by making that noise. And, you know, clearly just made the decision that it was worth the risk. Unfortunately, in this case, it was not. So, Arizona now down by 6 rounds. We really see the gambit of missed mollies, haven't we?
Yeah, every bit in between right there, right? I mean, just non-stop showing up. But I guess that's the end of the world here. They'll still be able to pretty much take this car control. I mean, at least soon, if they do continue to explore this direction for pretty much free.
Wildcats giving up the entirety of Banana in a round like this where they have very limited utility, limited resources. So it's somewhat understandable, but also a huge part of the map. We talk about it at length, Cole, anytime we're casting Inferno, about the importance of that Banana area.
Yeah, and it's been a common thread of problems here for the Wildcats, in which they just don't have this sort of control, but they also don't have any sort of information towards A either. And right there, more information just goes dark as they find an opening pick. They do look to start to adjust here, the commitment towards the A bomb site, leaving just fully laced. He's tucked in towards the middle of the bomb site here and should be good for at least one, but if the trades do come, that's the A site compromised. They'll find that one and done. But now they have a post-plant situation here, and that's the problem.
Retakes, yes, they are the problem. 3v4, it's just so hard to... It's hard to make the argument this is worthwhile. And well, this is why. This is why that argument is so hard to make.
Yeah, just lights out, completely locking things down. They will successfully close things out, although I'm a little bit worried here. You do need to get out of dodge. Oh, he's certainly dead. There's no getting away from this bomb.
Yeah,
this one's a real explosion here. None of that fake stuff. So he will drop.
Yeah, no weak sauce here. Those are for Vertigo and the likes.
Mm-hmm.
So, Arizona in a huge ditch. It's not a big issue. At least it hasn't been for UC Berkeley to kind of walk away with these rounds left, right, and center.
Mm-hmm.
And well, I also got to say, I think Arizona, they initially started out doing some good economic management. Feels like it's gotten worse as the game has gone on. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but I definitely feel that, like that retake especially, why are we going for it?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just such a dire situation, right? You just want someone to step up to the plate, and I'm sure that they feel like their individuals can do exactly what has been punished so often, and right now they just can't seem to find, some of the thriving states that, this whole season has provided them. And again, this would be Arizona, struggling to make playoffs if they did drop this here. It would be more in contention for sure. The flashbang follow from this banana aggression though, and swiftly handled there. Dragonfire not happy with just one. He's looking for more around the corner. Good spot out here. And again, the trade's delivered. So look at this. A retake once again in a 2v3. On top of that, you do have a bit of a lurk presence coming on forward from Starred Sky. I know this is such a phenomenal angle.
What retake? I mean, Holy Lace is going for it. Does have a kit, to be fair. 1 versus 3. Molotov to try and hold it off for a moment. Second molly was nearly there too. Holy Lace has gotten Gotten smart, though. Understanding that's a real tough task, real big ask, and gonna save that AK-47 back over to the next round, but nine rounds on the T side, Cole. It's significant, no doubt.
That's a good way to put it, right? They are looking incredible. And again, you know, we have that introduction of Mike, and he isn't necessarily thriving, but I'm sure there's a lot more trust in him than Redvine. It's just, it feels like they're getting outclassed every step of the way. It's not one individual that's struggling. It's a team unit. And on top of that, UC Berkeley, they have the right read in what seems like every situation. Ready for re-aggression, ready for those, you know, lacking A presence that we've seen a couple of times. The capitalization on you know, UC Berkeley playing really well right now.
Yeah, I mean, you just talked about how it's team effort of not showing up, and yeah, that's 100% true. Everybody on the CT side has 7 frags or less on the game.
Oof.
You don't get to that point without everybody sort of dropping the ball, and so like you're talking about with Mike, you know, maybe not having the greatest performance of his career, but it's not an individual problem by any means.
At least that's a promising sign, right? Maybe you can get things activated here, but you need to start here now, right? You don't want to give up much else on your CT side. We've already seen that become a problem earlier in our last matchup. Texas A&M just were never able to activate on that second half. They had a great comeback rolling, but they didn't give themselves enough room to work with.
Yeah, and well, subsequently, of course, losing that battle for Texas, so it's now going to be a bit of a problem for Arizona Wildcats. Degree of aggression, Mike, we talked about him just a moment ago, picking up a big frag there on the MP9. Rotation starting to come in as the push comes through. Homie and Mike both doubling down. In fact, Mike has a triple kill. A big individual play. You asked for it and it's needed, and it was done there by Mike.
Just did everything right there. The MP9 of all guns as well. He finds the opening kill. He makes that proactive play. You know, if you are going to concede that sort of, you know, banana control for free, the late re-aggression, in this case, Dry, which was very ambitious, but panning out nonetheless. A big round, a big individual stepping up there. That's exactly what you need from him. Can they parlay that success, though, into future rounds is the question.
Well, a good question with a ambiguous answer at this point, I think it's fair to say. Seen one frag go toward, and oh, full lace, that's unfortunate. He's going to be able to pull back, find that second attempt, and it's only going to be 1 for 1, though. As the bracket control is now fully gained, fully there for UC Berkeley.
This is going to cause a bit of chaos here. Luckily, they do have a third rotator. Omi has joined in, has kind of given up some control towards B, and has committed more so. Maybe that's a... See this guy's though for UC Berkeley with a beautiful headshot nailed on the AWP. Merle in the big pit here, and combined with Sports on the defense here. It's a nice duo that they've got going on here. Can they find success further? They will try and pull things down towards A. Actually, they've done a great job of doing so. They're looking at towards Speedway. Mike dropping, and that's to be called clear. They know Homie and Mike are those 2 B players.
A great mid-moment adjustment right there to realize that the B hit would be better. Look for those frags, which all adjusted by Sports. Not even find this kill, and he does on the attempt at the fallback by the T. Smoke going out for CT Smalling. Flash over the top. Ajagani blinded, falling back for a moment.
He's able to drop the first here, and he's going to fall back for the second. And a quick kill. No, oh my god, I thought he had that one for sure. The spray looked dead on, but instead walking away with the round. Ajagani going to finish the job. And UC Berkeley, they keep things limited in the success department, in the win column, you know, not able to string those 2 rounds together. A double up, you can see, invested into this one. This an attempt to try and answer back here, but this just hasn't been a convincing answer for me overall.
No, again, I don't want to be a broken record, but Cole, it's the difference between double op on Mirage and double op on Inferno. But well, Merle, he's not really had the op in his hands. It's usually been fully laced in sports, and this time he gets aggressive. That's actually the first time we've seen an aggressive op be utilized, despite how many double ops we've seen set up.
Very effective right there, and again, just hasn't seen too much of that mid aggression come through with the op. Maybe for the best, but in this case it works out. And on the other hand here, homie jump spotting this B-bomb site allows for this heavy presence, this heavy stack to be made. As you can see currently, a lot of members grouped up here. But it doesn't seem like they're too interested here. This might be the perfect read. They're walking back in towards homie with only a pistol. He's been flashed off, and that's going to encourage sports to rotate in and join up in this defense, especially with fully laced, calling apps clear.
Dems being made, sure, but that opening frag, it's so impactful. And now with 40 seconds and 5v4, look at the rotation. They're coming in. Nice save by Mike. The push forward is being denied. Sports and Mike both connecting with one. But, oh, okay. It was a scary attempt there by Adjagani, but nonetheless, finally some success once again. But again, there's been no rounds strung together. This is all individual rounds taken by Arizona. And UC Berkeley have done a great job at denying any sort of economy building scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the strong suit here. UC Berkeley have always had the upper edge in the economy since, and maybe that will remain true. It's in a really weird position. 7K for Start Sky could drop over some weapons here and there, and I think 8K with Ajagani offers up plenty of potential here as the timeout will expire. Now, the decisions have to be made. What do they elect to do?
It's a bit of a harder decision, I think, but I think probably you get out what you can and buy in the next two. Like, full buy in the next, I should say. And it looks like maybe that's kind of what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, getting a little bit of a half buy in there in the mix, maybe.
Ajagani had way more money. Probably should have tried to, like, drop something over, but regardless, it's a pretty strong buy. I mean, despite the fact that there's a Glock on Ice Bear, it's, you know, Tech 9, 2 AKs, and a Mac 10. I've seen far worse purchases.
Yeah, that's nothing to laugh at for sure. So you got to be careful how you're playing this one for the Wildcats. Like you said, if you can rely on those two AKs to find most of the damage, and with how Ajagani's playing at the moment, that's certainly a possibility. Here is, they do look to explode out of apartments, a peek through. Merle's playing a very close angle here, swinging for the fences, and good for 0. But still, so much presence remains on this A bomb site. So many members still lying in. Mike gonna drop the bomb in the middle of the porch side. And they found follow-up afterwards. Look at that, blindsided. Oh my god, fully lace. Bold in that. Try and think he was fully clear. They've recovered the bomb, and they can make a movement in towards B. It's only homie to deal with no utility as well.
Yeah, they're going fast, lightning fast indeed. Clearing out sight angles left, right, and center. Ajagani, oh, he's found homie, and no more defense for this B side. But a very quick aggression there by Mike to deny one. Traded back, Sports to fall. Now Mike versus 2. A bit of labor on that spray, but Mike still working, alive and kicking, but only 2 health. And now Ajagani, oh, Mike, no, shut him down and shut him up. Mike, good for another clutch.
Nice attempt right there from Ajagani, but a 4K in the round for Mike on 2 HP finds the last kill. I'm surprised we didn't see, I think Ajagani had a molly as well in the mix there, right? So he could have thrown it on top of the bomb, but again, that was a little bit worrisome still, you know, given the fact that bomb had been tapped not too long ago. So I can understand the thought process of swinging for the fences there. Nonetheless, that bomb plant, and if you consider the lacking in investment in some sort, it still leaves them in relatively good standing here. I mean, very good standing, I should say. Try and close out an 11-4 half.
Yeah, round 15 coming at us fast. The op out for the D side has been a rarity for sure. Double op still in the hands this time. Schwartz and Merle. And Merle again. I have to mention, only when those ops have been aggressive have they been effective. And Merle, the one to get both of those aggressive frags.
Yeah, nice work there from Merle. Making good work of that secondary up. Oh, that felt so close right there. You almost think he nails that with how well this Berkeley team has been playing. There's a player hovering wide. Going for a beatdown mid, fully laced. Again, with a little bit of over aggression. I think there was flashes, it just didn't work.
Oh, okay.
I did see something bombed over.
That's unfortunate. Gotta hit those flashes. I mean, that's critical.
Exactly right here, and look at this leaves them off at. We're going back to those B-side executions, and while for now it does seem like there's a rotator arriving onto the scene, it might be too little too late. Flashes rolling in. Gonna allow for easy access in towards the bomb site, and it comes up to how much can Homie get away from this, but look who's coming through from Coffins, fully laced. Other sports, I should say, able to find multiple kills with the AWP. Continues his success, locking things down. We do close it out with a 10-5 scoreline, but still, I feel like UC Berkeley are firmly in the driver's seat. See, heading into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt. 10-5, sure. Yeah, 4 out of the last 5 rounds go the way of Arizona, but I mean, that's fleeting. That's just barely able to kind of bring it back to something that's at least reasonable. Arizona didn't have anything for so long. And UC Berkeley, well, I think UC Berkeley have been really good in pistols, if I'm not mistaken. Have they won all the pistols so far? I think they have.
Be accurate now. They've been very lights out. Definitely one. It's going to be aggression though coming through, and maybe that trend won't continue. They've been blindsided by 1, 2 more to deal with here. Oh, the P2000 working wonders for fully laced, who finds all 3 kills on the A bomb site. 2v5, and again, this is one of those rounds that you'd probably just call off here, unless had you gone and said anything about it. 1 kill in. That's all.
I think I have to take responsibility for this loss here.
You do.
That's my bad, guys. UC Berkeley, I want to formally submit my apologies. Casper first in the pistol round. Though, you know, it's fine. Wildcats, if you want to get me on your payroll, I got you. This is a joke, just to be clear.
Filing that report to ESIC.
yeah, just, you know, fully joking, of course, fully joking.
Of course. Definitely a little bit of...
They'll let me know how that report goes. You know, it says he would cast your curse for money.
Good point, yeah.
I think I'm just a genius if I get somebody to pay me for that.
Definitely. Couldn't agree more. Also, a little bit of a slow process in terms of reports, apparently, for ESIC, so...
Can't imagine what.
Nonetheless, we got ourselves a little bit of a B-side stack here. Maybe they can win a round on the pistols, but the round unit is back here. They're walking right into the stack, although the firepower is far too superior. The USPs just can't finish the job. Although this boosted towards Zubok for the P250 could become interesting a second in, as they thought he fell off. They know that there's a second here to Molly. This would allow for him to close in. And again, it's all about that firepower here. Nice attempt with the stack. P250. But oh, Merle just able to trace him through the smoke and close things down.
That was definitely a nice little spray there at the end. Love to see that. Someone check PC.
That is not normally.
That is not normally indeed. Arizona with a nice couple of rounds, and you know, with the pistol, with that anti-eco, if they are able to win a gun round, then they would be right back in this thing.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, I mean, the 10-5 scoreline isn't too much of a mountain to climb. Last few play once again, though, moving very quickly. Able to deal with some of these players around the corner. That is an incredibly quick headshot, and that secondary player is extremely low on HP as well. So they're lacking in this early start. Sports on the entry, but it's equalized here from Dragonfire. And there's a couple of members here that are really hurting in this post plant.
Very wide open flash being set up, but a secondary smoke. That's brutal. That's such a late smoke and so hard to come through as well. You're going to have to push forward regardless of that. It's a nice setup. Aljagani able to find that one. Bully Lace on towards the trade and the feed. It lights up red. Despite Dragonfire getting a frag, it's still towards the Wildcats. And that gun round, it's gone their way, Cole. It's Arizona right back in this thing.
Right back in it very swiftly. Eco coming through from Berkeley. And I mean, that'll close the distance to 1 here as Arizona have figured things out on the T side, and it's just rush B. Thank you very much. I'll take that.
Just rush B. Make difficult. Make that work, but well, Molotov on an eco round. That's very expensive. But that actually will shut down the initial push towards B for the moment, but you can see that that's only for a moment as this frag there by Sports to answer the call. Open B site for now, but that Molly actually thrown by the T's is going to stall out the push. And it might buy time for at least one player to get on towards this site.
Down middle here. A little bit of a double swing coming through. Nice kill from Ice Bear, but should you're back with that B-side take, and you're seeing exactly that here. Numbers will be punched in, safe and sound, and maybe they will elect to hold on to that AK here. Look for a kill on the exit potentially. Whoa, Dragonfire, what a shot right there. That might entice him. Now is they're in equal territory in the 3v3 at least, but again, that's post plants that we're talking about. Coverage coming through, homie, with the atypical Krieg, but making it work wonders.
Now we're going back in time a couple of years. That's all. Any exits are great. Yeah, that's a great spot. I mean, I didn't see him and I knew he was there.
It's always wild when you see stuff like that.
Makes me wonder what res these guys are playing on and why I can't see that when I'm in game.
Yep, I'm with you. We got some sort of, it's probably more so focus than anything for me.
Fair point.
You know, sometimes I'm like, gotta look at my radar or something, right? That's what always gets me.
Just pretend you're the IGL, then you'll be fine.
That's a good idea. I'll write that one down in the textbook. Add another excuse.
Yep. Sorry. I'm 4-13 because I'm the IGL.
Exactly.
Johnny's been calling the whole game. No, I'm the IGL.
No doubt. Whoever's IGL in here on the side of Berkeley, though, has a nice attempt at some adjustments here in terms of grabbing some of that early car control. They have grabbed it at the initial stages, but they have kind of vacated it pretty quickly as well.
Always dangerous to do that, but it's a very quick re-engagement in towards bracket. Smoke off there, Dragonfire. Dragonfire,
They'll line up.
no, and that's a full 3K spray down from Dragonfire.
Oh my god. He was literally through the smoke as soon as they started to peek, so I assumed that they just simply heard it, and that Dragonfire was going to walk away on the worst end of that exchange, but they just simply line up. Everyone tucks into that wall there, and that is absurd that he finds that level of success here. That is a big round, flawless coming through from UC Berkeley as they really start to build up a nice, healthy economy off the back of that one. AWP as well. This is good signs here if they can claw anything back. Has to start now. They have to follow up, string things together, something that Arizona couldn't do until it was too late in the half.
Lucky. Off in hand. Misses the shot. Gonna fall back. Does get away. Has help via pit, but that's a Molly going into that direction. Another missed shot from Reki. This time it's gonna not be the case. A no scope to follow up. Instead, Sky does connect for more 2v2 and 2s as the bomb plant for Wildcats is here.
Couple of those misses getting punished heavily here, but still 2v2's workable We just know how tricky those A-side crossfires can be here. Monty spots him out on the hay bales, but can't adjust in time. And that could be everything right there. That could be the finishing blow. Start Sky. Line it up from this aggression here. Connecting here. The headshot, such a tricky bit of recoil control and not showing face wisely on that site, allowing for that hit player to do most of the deterrence. Arizona, they clap right back.
And these back and forth moments, they're so deadly for the economy of the CT side. Though I would say that, and actually, UC Berkeley somehow in a pretty good standing, to be fair. The money not necessarily an issue this time, but it certainly would be as they move forward. And now I just realized UC Berkeley, they did have a flawless round last time. And that's why their money's so healthy.
Yeah. So they're not at the end of the world here, as well as still, I believe, 29 on the loss bonus for that last round. Oh, what a great bit of recoil control there. One right around the corner as well. Gets the molly down. But is it going to hold that space? So that's one crucial bit of utility just dropped out of his pockets. Nothing really gained off the back of it. What was that? Again, one of those shots that you just can't even see him in, and nailing it onto Sports as he misses his opportunity.
Yeah, Sports with the op feel like been a bit hit or miss right now for Arizona. When he's on, but when he's off, man, that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's a risky purchase as well. If you just don't connect, it can be the end of the world. It can be the end of the round. The execution does seem to lie in towards B as they line up their utility. Starting to pull off a commitment here, but the Smallies aren't going to burn him out just yet. One player on the top of Oranges at the moment is able to strike the one. The crossfire's good as well. This back and fountain position never gets cleared. And Dragonfire shutting things down. So it's, again, this back and forth continue to fare. But the pressure's on this T side, actually, surprisingly enough. The economy's just not there to invest into this round.
Well, I mean, they've won, lost. So the loss bonus at 1900, and they didn't get a bomb plant. So, I mean, that's definitely the reason why. Also, just to speak of that B hold, the only thing that could have been better is if they had a Negev.
I was about to say that back of that position gets a 10% buff if you do utilize a Negev. Only 10 is probably an understatement, but this time there's a porch side setup here. Dragonfire with an op inside of porch. He's getting run down from the Tech 9, only good for the single kill. And they do get a bomb plant. That's a silver lining here, but this is a full investment. Fully laced, needs 4 more to find, and the op to finish the job. It's big. It's a good, decent bomb plant, right? But now it's 13 for Berkeley. Likelihood of 14 coming around the bend as well, as you probably are forced to eco into this one. Maybe you can afford an AK and the hands are fully laced, but everything else is going to be pots and pans.
Yeah, I mean, fully laced saved. I assume to get an op out in the coming rounds, but you're absolutely right. Everybody else is on the poor side. Fully laced trying to throw over those peckers. And he is going to do that at the very least. Keeping 3,100 in the bank to get that up for the next round. And it's a double up for the CT side, as we've been prone to see. And okay, Reiki probably should have died for that missed shot. But it is going to survive. It's a straight up rush there in towards apartments. And it's going to be the waterfall coming out. And it is deadly water. As Dragon does fight one back, but the op in the hands of Merle recovered. And it's just one left to play. The Tech 9 rush. Good for the Arizona side.
Yeah, that's pretty much factory-free round right there. They got away with so much, and you have to question, that lacking presence anywhere towards porch. They were not prepared for that sort of attack whatsoever. It's wild stuff right there working out for Arizona, not to be expected at all in that sort of round. Not even armor really invested in on these Tech 9s. It's just been Tech 9s dropped over from fully laced that does the job. And
well, everybody was like blind as well. There was the flashbangs that really did the most work. Don't know who it was throwing them, but they did a darn good job.
Always nice to have on your executions. Effective flashes.
Players who can't shoot back.
Yes, yeah, that's incredibly key. Big win condition here in the game of Counter-Strike.
You know, that I just realized that could get very dark very fast, so I'm going to leave that alone.
All right.
Arizona, 11. They have made a comeback for sure. Berkeley still, though, with the double op setup, in a position to continue to find some success. But I mean, part of the reason that they got so exposed in that last round was because they were so set up with the double op that they couldn't rotate efficiently or quickly into other positions. You know, those AWPs, they're sort of bulky, you know, and difficult to effectively move into those spots at times.
That's a good point, though. They weren't quite quick on their feet for the rotations here. Execution lining in towards B. That's a great molly for now. Stop, missing his opportunity. Strike for an opening and forced off. It's just going to be that one player in the back with Nubox here left to try and strike. Hasn't spun up just yet. He's good for the single kill, but that's all he'll gather before he drops. And now we're into a 4v4 again with this post-plant situations. Numbers being punched in as well. A very good position to be in if you are Arizona.
Oh, another miss there from the op of Reki. And Arizona look to close this round with a 4 versus 3. They have church, or at least some church control. You can see the CT setting themselves up for it. One follow up there by Homie, and it's a UC Berkeley retreat to Dragonfire. Arizona with 11 turning 12. The economy of UC Berkeley is in the bin.
Lately. That loss bonus is quite solid if he can hold on to this rifle. There's potential to get some drops down and help out his teammates in investing. And oh my god, just barely able to walk away from that. Now the question does lie in, do they want to try and invest here? Maybe they can, you know, have a Gigani and buy into a rifle, you know, have Ice Bear buy up an MP9 or something, and then it really get that effective purchase in the next round. But for now, I think maybe not. Maybe I'm mistaken. A gun tossed over for 1.
Yeah, I don't think you're too mistaken.
They still have plenty of reserve. So they have 2,900. Dragonfire, he might be a little bit lacking, but will still have some decent economy. So it's no big deal in his camp if he just holds on to his armor. You can see, okay, there's the investment. So
There
maybe
we go.
here's the commitment coming on forward.
Yeah, and this makes sense. This is the fight for the tied game. You don't want to give it back to Arizona and UC Berkeley. No double op, but I really think that double op has been more detrimental than it has been helpful.
Yeah, definitely in certain scenarios. Again, we just don't see too much map control attempted. Not a lot of setup for these hoppers. So overall, I just don't know if it's worth it at the end of the day. Nice little chip damage on the HE to take Homie down a notch. But working in towards B once again, it seems, with 2 of these players moving pretty far forward. I think there's a massive gap in that smoke. There has to be over and towards B.
They smoke over for mid. Flash over the top on towards the B side. There's a molly here for Short Sky, though. And that's been forced out as well. With only 1 player actually in position at B. That's pretty darn good forcing of utility, to be honest. And there we go again. Smoke out. Oh, what an adjustment by Sports on the op. See what I mean? Hot and cold. Sometimes he's on it, and this is one of those times. 3 on 3.
A bomb site plant. Limited utility for this retake. 2 extremely concerning factors here as they look to make their way up porch. Oh, but a little bit of team damage done off of his teammates' shoulders here, making their movement. It's all going to be, you know, 0 presence towards Moto. Flashbang is going to be really good as well. Lining up these 2 players here, following it up and continuing to buy more and more time. They just can't seem to get past this line. Homie is going to be the first man to be tested as they walk in. Back's turn to the Benny pit position as he labors his spray. It's resounding success for Arizona. They tie up the scoreline 13-13 and crack that economy of Berkeley.
Arizona desperately want to keep themselves in that contention for playoffs. Desperately want to take that #1 seed and desperately want to bring it to map 3. And it's looking like if all things go to plan in this round, then they should be heading to the lead for the first time.
Scenes here, but look at this. It's not over just yet. They might not grab that lead. Oh my god. There's 3 kills in rather before you do see some response. Sports and Homie are able to find some success here. It's a Tech 9 out. A Dink quick to deliver. And oh my god, Berkeley, are you kidding me? They win an eco like that. Just barreling down middle and put things continuously in their way. I will not believe it. What?
My head is in my hands on behalf of Arizona. Oh my goodness. The nade stack down mid. Aggression from 2 directions. Towards Banana, towards middle. And just a flurry of headshots from Deagles, 5.7s, and P250s. UC Berkeley come away with a crucial victory at a horrific time for the likes of Arizona. We're into this next round, and Atragani with an opening.
Oh man, starting things off hot as well in the follow-up. No way, this is how Arizona comes crumbling. That's just a 4v5, it's pull backable. They have so much firepower, as we've obviously been displayed so oftentimes before. Follow-up is gonna be there though. They try and retake some of this banana control. They try and retake this ground here. Bomb's been dropped in more of a committal position towards A as the 3 smokes went on forward. Kills just been dispersed here towards B though. 1 smoke thrown out. Still, I think there's a little bit more utility. No, these both B players dwindled. Where's this movement? Where's the commitment coming? Does seem like it's towards the A bomb site here, as they've stacked over a 3rd player as well. This is a mystery.
Dragonfire gonna be forced out, but wins the duel anyway. Confirms a 5 versus 3 in the favor of UC Berkeley. Push though in. Homie with the frag. It's going to be attempted. Help from Merle is there, and the site is overtaken.
Jeez. Oh.
Whoa!
I would say good for some damage, but only damage received instead. And now it's Starred Sky.
No.
Chigani, yeah, this is a save, certainly. 2v3, you're not getting in there. There's no chance. And if you do hold on to these rifles, you'll be able to invest into the next with pretty comfortable signs. I just cannot believe it. How easy that 4v5 looked. It was a 3v5 rather.
Yes, it was. You're right. I mean, Homie and Merle both get those opening duels on the site. And then Fully Laced finds a very fortunate frag in the smoke. It's just, you know, one thing after another. And here we are. You know, all 3 of the players get a kill, and it's Inferno. So retakes are just so difficult.
No doubt. I feel like it all came down to that balcony player. With his falling, his collapse, that's pretty much the round done and dusted. He had to find that kill on the apartment's lurk, but instead he got caught with his nade out there. So small mistakes being punished here from Arizona. Nonetheless, they have been giving themselves a lifeline. Despite being in the 3v5, they've closed it out. They've figured out the success. The op! It almost lines up for so many. He's able to get one. Get out of dodge here for now. He fires back for a second. Support isn't there though. They're blindsided by the flashes that continue to rain in. The mollies are out to try and keep them at bay. They push through the smoke. Good for the kill there is Adrigani, who continues to show his full force. They might hit series point right here and now. A 2v4 to claw things back with so limited on HP.
A win here would be monumental for Arizona. Merle sitting ready and waiting with Sports.
Make no mistake though. Nicely done. Able to find that first fight. No one's peeking into this hop. No one's giving Merle any opportunities to make these numbers a little more even. They're just all covering the bomb. A smoke recycle as well. And I mean, at this point, sure, I think you can go for it. Maybe you can get an op anyways, but saving isn't a bad idea. And Merle does start to head away from where the bomb is and more towards T-spawn.
I think you have to save. I think that's the reality. So I like the decision by Merle. But to give 15 away is gotta be very, very painful.
Mm-hmm. It's grueling.
And look at the respect that UC Berkeley are giving away. I mean, Dragonfire, yes, a little bit wide swing there, but I mean, he's checking for the push all the way through CT even.
Sure that they close that one out. No Monacy 1v4 to give them opportunities. Series point grabbed away here from UC Berkeley. And a phenomenal Inferno performance from them. One to close things out. One to close the series and throw Arizona's season in a little bit of a icy position. I mean, I don't know. This would be a bit of a scary loss for them because, again, it's very top-heavy right now in this division. You see a lot of teams contending the top levels, and Arizona dropping this one would be massive to shake things up.
To be clear, Arizona not out of the playoff running by a loss here, but they definitely, a win here would pretty much give them a guarantee for the play-in.
No.
Almost a guarantee for that number 1 seed. The loss, of course, would keep it up in the air. Everything on the line. UC Berkeley with a chance to upset in massive fashion. In 2 maps. It's round 30 of 30.
Man. It's come so close. So many back and forth rounds. The ecos have been there. We've gotten everything out of this map alone. Now one to try and close things down, or will we extend play here? They're walking into the op. There's a 4-man stack towards the A bomb site. They've completely gambled it on Berkeley. They're committed to this. Now they've been smoked off for now.
The setup is there. Spam damage attempted by Dragonfire, but none going to connect. The push is in towards the A side of things. And here's the stack. It's on the side. Ice Bear. The 2 frags on the crossfire. UC Berkeley looking to put us away, but Merle has something to say before Reki gets involved with the AWP. And it's Ice Bear to shut it down. A triple kill in the final round. 16-14. UC Berkeley make the upset.
That is just incredible right there. I mean, we were expecting this to go the distance. We saw the introduction of Mike, and we thought that was going to be the game changer. But Berkeley have proved us otherwise right there with that success. An incredible T-side offered up to just enough to cross the finish line on the CT side. All you needed was 6 rounds because of the setup that you've given yourself, and the capitalization at the end of the day was there. And what an incredible series from Berkeley.
Yeah, I mean, they took full advantage of the fact that Mike was out in map 1. They take full advantage of the fact that I mean, there was so many tech pauses. We had like 3 tech pauses there for Arizona. All were to do, I think 2 out of 3 of those were for Mike. Clearly something was going on from a technical side as well. All of that, I think, adds on to the fact that T-side start was so strong for the likes of Berkeley, and they get a 10-5. A 10-5 in this position is so huge. Not to mention the fact that Arizona, they made the comeback. They were there or thereabouts. In fact, they had a lead for just a little bit. But UC Berkeley made the comeback of their own in order to just barely, but barely's plenty when you're playing with such small margins.
Barely is enough for Berkeley, that's for sure. But yeah, it was a great closing factor right there. Was that pistol, or rather eco round, that they kind of nade stacked down the bottom of mid. I feel like that was the turning point, and while it did get answered back pretty swiftly, if they didn't have that round right there, it could have been we lost this one 16-13. We couldn't figure things out on the CT side. We couldn't in time try and close things out, but instead they gave themselves that lease on life. They kept that lead in their favor, and they kept them in good positions, and I think that was the real key for Berkeley.
100%. And I mean, again, I know we're sort of beating the drum here, Cole, but this is a huge upset. This is an upset that you just don't expect to see every day. And UC Berkeley taking advantage of the situation in the way that they did, I have so much respect for the fact that they were able to do that in this massive moment. And to even against the, backs against the wall, they lost that eco round. I mean, that eco round could have changed the game, and it did change the game, but it wasn't enough for Arizona to come back into it. And because of that, I mean, UC Berkeley, they could have fallen apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was thinking right there. And I was like, they get Tech 9 ecoed, and I thought that was going to be the collapse, right? I mean, it was a pretty absurd way to close that one down for Arizona. Just, a couple of entries, a couple of misplaced op shots that just didn't connect. And the distance was closed in, and there some small mistakes that can be infuriating at that late in the game when you're so eager to close things out. You make these sort of mistakes, and then you're still able to, mentally reset, head into the next round, and close things down. That's a real testament to Berkeley's success.
Yeah, well, another testament to Berkeley's success was Dragonfire, who we have ready to go for the interview. Dragonfire, congratulations, number one, on that massive upset.
Thank you.
How are you and the team feeling?
Oh, we were feeling fantastic. I mean, this match was bittersweet for us because some of our players are leaving this year. So to have this win, it's just awesome.
I mean, you guys had to know coming in that Arizona are a powerhouse team. They were expected to do incredibly well. When you guys come into the server, you see that they're down one of their normal players. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Does that change? Did that change any of the thoughts that you guys were having into Mirage?
I mean, sure, we had some issues on our CT half just holding sites, and we'll get to that next year. But I think all of our guys are confident going in, and we have a good mental state. I don't think it changes much.
Yeah. I mean, what were kind of the solutions? Because I know you guys had a lot of, rallying points or a lot of rallying moments where you were able to maybe offer up some adjustments in some of those timeouts. I mean, what were being said in some of those timeouts that allowed you to maybe hold on to your lead and hold on to really that 2-0 series?
Well, you got to owe it to the leadership of Star and aim. I don't think tactics won this one. I think our aim prevailed, and that's sad, but sometimes that just happens.
Yeah, I mean, you guys put on a massive showing. Let me go into a gameplay moment that I want to talk to you about. It was late into that last half of the game, and Arizona pull off an incredible eco win. They just overwhelm, and things just aren't working. You guys go down for what was really the first time in the series. What was the mindset going into that next round? How are you guys able to kind of claw that back?
Well, Arizona's a really good team. They have some really fierce players. I think it's just the Berkeley mindset and changemaker mindset that we can adapt and overcome and pivot, and that meant using a lot more util. That probably did us some favors.
Certainly helped out. Cole, final questions for Dragonfire?
Yeah, I mean, my last question for you all is, I mean, how does it feel to send off some of your players that are heading out the right way with a big victory here in the West Division over the likes of your opposition today?
It is the best feeling in the world.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Before we let you go, Dragonfire, anyone you want to shout out or say hello to?
Yeah, Nick Warlton, our other player, awesome. My family, my brother Alex, Longy, our CSGO coordinator. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Let's go. You guys are indeed awesome. And Dragonfire, you are awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today.
Thank you.
And with that, a fantastic game in the books and a fantastic win from the likes of UC Berkeley, overcoming that UC Berkeley mindset, just working wonders apparently. I mean, I got to say, it definitely looked fantastic on the server, didn't it, Cole?
Uh-oh. Yes, it
Oh,
does.
boy.
Sorry about that. I got a quick little emergency warning. I guess there's some weather going on around me, but hey, at least we finished early, right? So, yeah, I mean, that was a great series. I loved the interview as well, and I'm excited to potentially see more of this again. Potential playoffs on the line with that matchup, with that victory, and I don't know if they're be enough to cut that with their current record. I think that makes them 6-3, but
Yes.
still, I mean, a big victory nonetheless. And maybe if you can try and use that in the future, like he had mentioned with some of the future teammates that they're going to be collecting, that could be some good signs there for Berkeley to catch them out as a potential long-standing collegiate CS:GO team.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I mean, you know, it's always sad seeing, you know, seniors move on, move out, you know, kind of the Counter Strike team. But at the same time, that means that there's an opportunity for new blood to come in, and for you know, UC Berkeley to become, you know, one of those powerhouses like Arizona is known right now, and already able to get a win, you know, at this current juncture is just humongous for that program. That being said, it's just about time for us to say goodbye. But before we do, I want to remind everybody about our schedule, what is happening here at the NACE Starleague. It's a consistent schedule that we have week on, week out. Rocket League and Overwatch are here for Monday, and that's definitely one that I enjoy tuning into. League of Legends on Tuesday. If you're a fan, it's not so much my cup of tea, but FBS certainly is, and we are bringing that Call of Duty in for Wednesday. And of course, the best day of the week is Friday, not just because you go to the weekend, but because you have myself alongside of Cole here on the mic for Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching as well. It's been another fantastic week of NACE Starleague, and we're excited because playoffs are coming up very soon as well. Make sure that you continue tuning in as we head into one of the final weeks of the regular season next week. We'll see you then, same time, same channel.